Appreciate it very much, everybody. Take care and have a great night. What is up, everybody? Should be live here, so let's get in. What is up? What is up, everybody? Alrighty. Can you guys all hear me and see me? Okay. Please let me know. Awesome. Thank you, Chris WX. Thank you, everybody. Gonna give it a few minutes here. Let everybody stream in here from the raid and to just pile on in here. So I appreciate that. Thank you guys for taking the time to spend with me tonight, and we can learn about some cool lightning and everything else. So let me give some shout outs here. Welcome in Chris WX, Lisa. Thank you so much for being in here. Mike Brown, good to see you. Coffee is ready. Great to see you as well. Saved by His Grace, great to see you as always. One Man Show is in. Thank you, brother, for being in here. I appreciate that. Thank you. We got Jennifer Ashfield. Thank you for joining, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Peggy. We have Peggy in here. Thank you very much, Peggy, for joining in as well. Appreciate that. So yes, thank you everybody for joining in and for coming to my stream to learn some more about some weather, phenomenon, some weather activities. We'll do some of that training on lightning and some fun facts about lightning as well. Maybe some facts you already know, maybe facts that you don't. So things of that nature. So we will look into that and go into that. But we'll give it a few minutes here for everybody to come in, and so welcome everybody in here, please. But a huge thank you to Brother John McKinney. He is a dear brother in Christ, a dear friend. So just very, very thankful for his love, his support, and his encouragement. So very thankful for Brother John there. So hello to Vicky Graham as well. Thank you, Vicky, for joining in as well. Appreciate that. And if you haven't, please, and if you don't know who I am, my name is John, but I go by John Boy. It's a nickname of mine that I've had ever since I was a little kid. And but again, I go by John Boy. And if you're new to my channel, I would appreciate it if you would like and subscribe, please, and share if you find my content worthy of that. I appreciate that. I just appreciate all your guys' time tonight. It's about 9:19 my time, Chicago time, Central time. So about 10:19 Eastern, about 8:19 Mountain time, and that would put it about 7:19 Pacific time as well. So great to see you all. Glad that y'all are here. Hopefully you all had a great time spending with John. I watched a little bit of John's stream, which was really great. He had a great partner with him today. Um, so very good to see uh, John Boy and his, really good to see John McKinney uh, and his the partner that he had with him today riding along. So that was very awesome. So very cool, very awesome, very good stuff. Let me shout out to Stormy JP. Hello, Stormy JP. Good to see you as well. Good to see everybody in here. You all are awesome. So yeah. So if you would please, we'll just take a few more minutes here. Let me know where you are joining in from, please. If you please like to know if you're here in the United States, if you are overseas, where you are at. So if you would please, go ahead and let me know in the comments where you are from. So I see Coffee is Ready is from New York. I see One Man Show from New Hampshire. Chris WX out of Louisiana. We got Arkansas. We got California. So we got all across all the time zones here in the lower 48 in the continental U.S. here. So great to have you, Coffee. Great to have you, One Man Show. And as well here, great to have Libby in the chat as well. Oh, we got a everybody say hi to Anne, please. Anne, or Annette, maybe Annette. It might be Annette or Anne from the Netherlands. So very awesome, very awesome. So we have very cool. That's very cool from the Netherlands over there. So looks like we got Jennifer is from New York, Albany, New York. Awesome, great stuff there. So yeah, so very cool. We got an awesome teaching here set up. We got an awesome just fireside chats set up for tonight to get to just talk with each other, learn more about each other, and what interests us, in weather and everything like that. So yeah, it's going to be a great time. It's going to be an awesome time, awesome conversation topic, and so very awesome stuff. Welcome in David Tokar. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So just awesome to see all you guys in here. Awesome to see the family. Also, awesome to see all you brothers and sisters in here. So very great stuff. So I'll give it about a couple more minutes here, and then we will start here. But always, first I have to always give credit where credit is due. I have to always give thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for saving me and for giving me eternal life and for giving me eternal hope. And without Him, none of this is possible. So I'm very gracious and very thankful, obviously, to my Lord and Savior. So if you have any questions about, Jesus or anything else like that, please reach out to me. Please reach out to Brother John McKinney as well, or anybody else that, we would be able to help you and steer you in that right direction. So, but yeah, so always, that's my number one with that. And got to start there. Without Him, none of this is possible. So I'm very thankful for obviously for everybody in here. So thank you guys so much. So we'll get started here at about 9:25 my time. So about 2 more minutes. Then we'll dive into some lightning, things of that. We'll just go ahead and go over the basics. And it kind of hit you with like an overview, like a 101 basics of it. Things of that nature. So I know we all see lightning all the time, but sometimes we don't understand exactly how lightning, where it comes from, how powerful it is, why it's there for, why it exists for. But it is one of nature's just great phenomenons out there. And so hopefully you learn some cool, interesting stuff. I got some facts lined up, so stay tuned for learning about some facts about that as well. Maybe some facts that you don't know about, and things of that nature. So, we'll get started here in about 1 minute. And again, thank you for all the pleasantries. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for all of that. And as you can see, I'm from Chicago. I got my Bears shirt on. I wear a lot of Bears gear, so very huge Chicago Bears fan. But I know you guys are all over the place, so you guys probably have a lot of other teams that you love, and that's awesome. So that's really good. So and everything. So Saved by His Grace says, "How are you, John Boy? I am doing great tonight. It is a beautiful night. It's a very hot night here in Chicago, but I am blessed to be sitting in front of my streaming equipment and sitting in front of all of you and being able to help and just teach, and we learn from each other. So I'm having a great night. Just very thankful, and very blessed. So I hope you are having a great night too. Saved by His grace as well. So, without further ado, let's jump in to. It's going to be like a broad overview, and I can get a little bit deeper if we want to go deeper. It's up to you guys. It's I work for you guys, helping you guys out, things of that nature. So we'll look at some basics, some types, things of that nature, and so yeah. So whatever you guys want to learn, but definitely lightning. I know lightning was brought up in my last live stream, and so let's get to it. So if we're all locked and loaded and we're all ready to go, let's jump in. So, as we see, what is lightning? Plain, simple question, but sometimes it's difficult to answer that question. So lightning is I might read some paragraphs here and there. I might just kind of paraphrase just to go over it, but just to get kind of a more broad, kind of a more in-depth teaching of that. So lightning is a giant spark of electricity in the atmosphere between clouds, the air, or the ground. And then we get into a little bit more of the meteorological side and the climatology side of things. So in the early stages of development, air acts as an insulator. So the air is insulating around between the positive and negative charges. So air acts as an insulator between the positive and negative charges in the cloud and between the cloud and ground. So when the opposite charges build up, so positive and negative, so when they build up, enough, the insulating capacity of the air breaks down, so that insulator is no longer there anymore. So, and there's a rapid discharge of electricity. So we have these positive and negatives that are constantly building up and building up and building up. And when they get strong enough to break through that insulation, that's when we see the discharge of electricity, which we know as lightning. So everybody following so far? Everybody good? Everybody everybody just enjoying that so far. So again, it's positives and negatives. They are in the early stages of development. The air acts as an insulator, and once they break through the insulator, that's what we see. So we will keep moving on from that. Seems like everybody's doing good. So the flash of lightning temporarily equalizes the charge regions in the atmosphere until the opposite charges build up again. So as soon as that lightning hits, it's very temporary that it equalizes. So now it goes, everything is equalized again. The positive equalized and the negative is equalized. So moving on from that, we will move into lightning can occur between opposite charges within the thunderstorm, which is intracloud lightning, or between opposite charges in the cloud on the ground. So cloud to ground lightning. So what we're looking at is, so you'll hear in storm chasing communities, right? In the storm chasing community, you're going to hear CC, for cloud to ground, or sorry, cloud to cloud lightning, or you're going to hear CG, which is cloud to ground lightning. So anytime you see a storm chaser looking at lightning, or they see lightning and they go, "Oh, that was some amazing CCs right there," cloud to cloud, or they go, "Whoa, that was an amazing CG right there," that means cloud to ground. So just some verbiage and some lingo there for storm chasing. Uh, so so lightning can go cloud to cloud. It can go inside the same cloud, and it can go cloud to ground. So lightning is one of the oldest observed natural phenomena on Earth. It can be seen in volcanic eruptions, extremely intense forest fires, which is pretty gnarly, surface nuclear detonations, heavy snowstorms, which show of hands, please, in the comments. Have you guys ever heard thunder snow or seen lightning of thunder, or I'm sorry, seen lightning and heard thunder in the wintertime? Also in large hurricanes and obviously thunderstorms. So, so lightning doesn't just happen in thunderstorms; it happens in a multitude of different places. Um, so hopefully that we can understand now that lightning isn't just from thunderstorms. So again, it can happen in the wintertime, forest fires, volcanic eruptions, nuclear detonations, in large hurricanes, as we pretty much already know that. But it's not just stuck to the summertime or thunderstorms or that nature. So now we go. Okay, so if we see lightning, what comes next from that, right? And so the next part of that is thunder, and this is pretty wild here. So lightning causes thunder. That's known. Energy from a lightning channel heats the air briefly to around 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Let me say that. Let me say that again. 50,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when you so that's about 27,000 to 28,000 degrees Celsius for our fellow brothers and sisters from who use a Celsius scale. And as you see here, much hotter than the sun. So a lightning strike is hotter than the sun. Very wild, but very true. So this causes the air to explode outward. The huge pressure in the initial outward shock wave, because that's what thunder is. Thunder is a shock wave from the electricity built up and the lightning striking. So it's a shock wave that we're hearing. Decreases rapidly with increasing distance. And within 10 yards or so, it has become small enough to be perceived as a sound we call thunder. So a little bit of thunder breakdown there as well when it comes to that. And then we can look at thunder can be heard up to 25 miles away from the lightning discharge, but the frequency of sound changes with distance from the lightning channels that produced it. So because higher frequencies are more quickly absorbed by the air, very close to lightning, the first thunder you hear is from the closest channels, which produced a tearing sound because that thunder contains higher frequencies. So when you hear that, you see that lightning real quick go off, and like a second later you hear the biggest boom. That's exactly what this is describing right here, because of the closest channels to us and for sound. So then a few seconds later, you hear a sharp click or loud crack in lightning channels a little further away, and several tens of seconds later, the thunder from the most distant part of a flash has quieted to low frequency rumbling. So that's what we're looking at there. So just to talk a little bit more about thunder, kind of get thunder in into the equation there. So because light travels through the air roughly a million times faster than sound does, you can use thunder to estimate the distance of lightning, which I think we've all have heard about that and growing up, and old wives' tales and things of that nature. So as soon as we hear that, as soon as we see the flash, we count 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000. Then we hear the rumble. So then we can say, oh, okay, that's how far that the storm is away. So to get back in that real quick, just count the number of seconds from the time you see a flash until you hear thunder. Sound travels approximately 1/5 of a mile per second, or 1/3 of a kilometer per second. So dividing the number of seconds by 5 gives the number of miles to the flash, and divided by 3 gives the number of kilometers. So when I was growing up, I was never told about dividing the number by 5. It was just count, and then whatever you hear, that's how many miles it is away. But again, that's not 100% correct. The correct way to do it is to count and then divide by 5, and then that's how far it is away. So if you get to 5 seconds and you divide by 5, well, then the storm is a mile away. Anything inside of 5, so from 0 to 4, that's closer than a mile. Anything above 5 seconds, it means it's a mile and further away. So let me know in the chat if you guys also have you guys in the chat say if you learned the same way I did. I learned to just count and not divide by 5. Let me know if you learned the same way. It was just to count it and then go, okay, if you got to 7, that was 7 miles or whatever it may be. So I'm interested to know that, because when I saw this, that was new to me. So and it may be new to you. So if it is, we're all learning everything, new together. So that's really great. So thumbs up if everything is going good so far. So, and then yeah, there's a few in here that say by His Grace says, I learned to divide by 5. That's awesome. I never learned that. Drama and Focus, thank you for joining in. Drama says, I always thought 1 second was 1 mile. Same as me. I always thought 1 second equaled 1 mile. Always. That's what I was taught. And then I never, thought of anything of that. So Chris WX says, I learned the same way at first. I just learned counting. Coffee is ready. Yep. And then, so if we look at, Shane says, learn to count as well. Brother David says, yes, same here. And if you all look at, it looks like my beautiful, awesome, strong wife is in here. That is Ali J0019. That is my awesome, beautiful wife. So if everybody would please say hi to Allison, please. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, my beautiful wife, for chiming in there by saying I learned by counting as well. So yes, so it looks like the majority of us were all taught to count just by the second, not to divide it by 5. So it looks like a lot of our math was off. So we thought maybe a storm was way further away than what it was, and it wasn't. So so very awesome stuff. So good stuff to learn, good stuff to know. So yeah, and yeah. So it looks like, again, it looks like looks like the majority of us were taught that. So but yeah, let me get away from that for a minute and move on here. So let's look at most, if not, okay, look, the main thing, where does lightning strike? So most, if not all, lightning flashes produced by storms start inside the cloud. So if a lightning flash is going to strike the ground, a channel develops downward. So think about like a pathway, like a tube, like something that's funneling it down, that's channeling it downward. So a channel develops downward towards the surface. When it gets less than roughly 100 yards off the ground, objects like trees and bushes and buildings start sending up sparks to meet it. So it's not actually striking the like on it. It's actually utilizing buildings and trees and everything else. They're actually coming up to meet it. So I thought that was pretty cool. So when we see it's actually two interactions in one that are working there. Um, so it's actually utilizing buildings and trees and everything else, their energy, and their energy is going up to meet the lightning bolt there about 100 yards, about 100 yards off the ground there. So then when and then let's see, we have Chris WX says, I'm going to head out for the night. Take care. Take care all. Thank you for the lesson, John Boy. Awesome. Thank you so much, Chris WX, for joining in. I appreciate that. God bless you and have a great night. Thank you so much for that. So let's see. Let's see. Coffee is ready. Let me make. I'll come back to some questions there, or ask them again here, and then I will do my best to get to all of the questions here. So thank you so much for that. And then also, so if you think about that, so the trees are actually the sparking upward and meeting the lightning. That is, it's pretty wild to me. So as we move forward here, so when one of the sparks connects the downward developing channel, a huge electric current surges rapidly down the channel to the object that produced the spark. So tall objects such as trees and skyscrapers are more likely than the surrounding ground to produce one of the connecting sparks, and so are more likely to be struck by lightning. So again, taller things are higher up in the air. They create the sparks, and the lightning, as soon as they meet, that lightning shoots down that channel. So pretty cool. Cool. Not cool. What do you guys think about that? So, I think that's pretty weird. Or not weird. I'm sorry. I think that's pretty awesome, pretty gnarly, because I never knew that. And then until my research and everything. So that's very cool. I always thought the lightning was just coming down and hitting the structures, the skyscrapers, the trees, but it's actually the trees and the skyscrapers creating sparks and then going up and meeting the lightning. So I definitely learned some stuff. So hopefully you guys do as well here. So mountains also make good targets, as we would assume, because of them being so high up and so tall and things of that nature. So however, this does not always mean tall objects will be struck. Lightning can strike the ground in an open field even if the tree line is close by. So again, yes. So very awesome. It's just very great stuff of wherever that spark is going to be at, and wherever that channel is at, because remember the storm is constantly moving. So wherever it happens to find that spark and meet that spark at, it might spark something on the ground, or it might meet a spark in a tree or whatever. But it's wherever that motion is carrying it, and wherever that it happens to ignite at, and that's where that's how it ends up. The lightning striking, that was, we call it lightning striking a tree or lightning striking a building, things of that nature. So pretty cool stuff there. So as we go into it here, a little bit of like a little bit of the analysis of it, of what causes lightning. So we look at the creation of lightning. It's a very complicated process, and it really is. So very, very complicated process. We generally know what conditions are needed to produce lightning, but there's still debate about exactly how a cloud builds up electrical charges and how lightning forms. So scientifically, and there is really still a lot of debate and no really scientific definition of what causes lightning. There's a lot of different types of what do you want to call it, opinions and things of that nature in publications. But as far as a set in stone, generalized, agreed upon cause of it, it's not agreed upon in the weather community. So from that, and then we look at chat here real quick. Looks like Stormy JP, thank you so much for joining in. Appreciate it. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate the encouragement and support. Have a great night, and God bless you. Thank you so much. So as we go into that, It's not there's no really scientific widely accepted definition in the weather community of how light or what causes lightning. So and again, this is taken right from NOAA. This is right from our weather authority website. So this is what we go off of. So as we keep moving on a little bit, scientists think that the initial process for creating charged regions in thunderstorms involves small hail particles called, and I'm probably going to mess it up, called graupel, that are roughly 1/4 millimeter to a few millimeters in diameter and are growing by collecting even smaller supercooled liquid droplets. So that's pretty gnarly. That's pretty intense. So and so very, very, very just that gets pretty down and dirty there when they start talking about that. So again, accepted in certain things, accepted in not. So, but when these repel particles collide and bounce off of smaller ice particles, the repel gains one sign of charge, and the smaller ice particles gains the other side of charge. So we got positive and negative going on. Because the smaller ice particles rise faster, so they rise faster into the cloud, and the updrafts than the repel particles, the charge on ice particles separates from the charge of repel particles, and the charge on ice particles collects above the charge on repel. So a lot of jargon there, a lot of stuff to really get into, deep wise and stuff like that. And then so that is what is really thought of and what is that, but again, that's going to get us getting a little bit down the rabbit hole here. But it's so hopefully it's kind of self-explanatory, and but I can also help out if you have any questions or comments on that. But again, it's not the actual creation of lightning is not fully accepted across the weather community and weather scientists and things of that nature. So it looks like so I'll just briefly go through this. Laboratory studies suggest that graupel gains positive charge at temperatures a little colder than 32 degrees Fahrenheit, but gains negative charge at colder temperatures a little higher in the storm. And there is going to be a picture coming up here, so you'll be able to see a little bit of some show and tell, and to be able to go through that and see that. So very good stuff. So we look at scientists think that two charge regions in most storms are caused mainly by graupel carrying negative charge in the middle of the storm, and the ice particles carrying positive charge in the upper part of the storm. So they're saying that the upper part of the storm is going to be your positive charge, and they're saying that in the middle of the storm you're going to have the negative charge. So that's what they are saying. And then so however, small positive charge regions often is below the main negative charge region from graupel gaining positive charge at lower, warmer altitudes. So small ice particles that have collided with negative graupel in the lower region can contribute positive charge to the middle of the storm. So a conceptual model shows the electrical charge distribution inside deep convection thunderstorms developed by NSSL, National Severe Storms Laboratory, which is part of NOAA, NOAA, and university scientists. In the main updraft, in and above the red arrow, there are four main charge regions in the convective region, but outside the outdraft, in and above the blue arrow, there are more than four charge regions. So if we look here, we can see the charge distribution in the storm. So hopefully that is easily viewable. I can blow that up a little bit, maybe to see a little bit bigger here. All right, so let me blow that up a little bit. So how is electrical charge distributed through a thunderstorm? A conceptual model shows electrical charge distribution inside deep convection. developed by, again, the National Severe Storms Laboratory and university students. So as we look here, let's look in like we have. So the upper looks like to be the negative here, and then we have the upper positive here. But we also have some lower regions down here. But if you look at it, so it looks like it's creating the negative charge here, a certain temperature here, and then so this is basically in a storm. This is where the electricity. This is how the positive and negative is interacting with each other, and this is how they are. So that's so interacting with each other. That's just how it's made up. That's just what they believe, and that's how the charge is getting. That's how the charges are getting distributed inside of the storm, inside of the clouds. So again, very cool stuff. Very good when it comes to that. Hopefully, thumbs up if you're still doing good after that. I know that was a little bit deeper, but that'll give you a little bit more insight to kind of more of the scientific side of how things kind of get started with that. So again, not fully known, but agreed upon on a lot of different things, and agreed upon on not such a lot of different things. So then this is just going to get into different things. So let's go and look at now. Let's go back up and look at types. Lightning types. Everybody doing so good? Everybody doing good so far? Questions, comments, going too fast, they let me know. So let me know if you guys are doing okay there. And any questions. If I might have missed some questions, I do apologize if I did, but please ask them now, and I would do my best to answer them. So David Tokar says, John Boy, can the environment affect the storms? In which sense, David? Let me know exactly what sense you're talking about, and I will let you know. All right, if you're talking, yeah, I just want to make sure that I understand exactly. So let me know that, and I will do my best, Brother David, to answer that for you there. And then we will move on to lightning type. So. Brother Shane says, it's fine, John Boy. I'm always stuck in granny low when it comes to learning this stuff. Awesome. With the lightning and okay, Brother Dave says with the lightning and tornadoes. So I mean the atmosphere is going to hopefully this is what you're asking. But let me go back up to the chat here to make sure I get this correctly. So can the environment affect the storms? Absolutely. So I mean, you got certain storms that will go up, you know, 40, 50,000 feet tall, if not taller. You got different surroundings. So, like if you're by, skyscrapers, if if a storm goes over that, if you're talking about how it might affect electrical charges or where the electrical charges or lightning might end up striking or meeting up and the channels coming from the lightnings. Yeah, so there's a lot of different environmental things that either can help grow the storm, or it can help, obviously for the storm to die out. So definitely there's a lot of different causes. So that would go into, yes, definitely the environment, and it depends on where that storm is going into. If it's going, what environment is it being tapped into? Is it still being tapped into prime environment to where it's still blossoming and building, and the thunderstorm is becoming bigger and bigger, or is it running into a boundary to where it's weakening and it's getting less, or things like that? So definitely the environment definitely plays a huge part into how that storm how electrical that storm is going to be and how not electrical that storm is going to be. So, because sometimes you will see storms and they're not very electrical. They don't have a lot of lightning with them, but then you see other storms and it's lightning flashes, just ever so, once every, like I said, it seems like a few seconds. So, again, that's environment fueled, and that is also fueled by the positive and negative particles that are inside that storm. So, hopefully that answered that, Brother David, the best that I could with that. So, all right. If no more questions, comments, or concerns, we will move forward to lightning types, which I'm sure a lot of us are familiar with, lightning types. So, Libby says, how far from the main CG bolt can the fingerling come from the main bolt strike? I will actually, so what is the longest distance that, and I'll talk about that here. I actually have a fact about that says, how far that it's ever been measured. So then we can go from how far it's ever been measured to anywhere inside of that distance and go. So it can go that far. So I have that fun fact set up here in a little bit, and I will get to that for you, Libby. So just hang tight there, though. I appreciate that. So, and then, but yeah. So let's move on to lightning types. Most lightning starts, as we know, inside a thunderstorm and travels through the cloud. We learned that. It can then stay within the cloud or continue to travel through the open air and eventually to the ground. There are roughly 5 to 10 times as many flashes that remain in the cloud as there are flashes which travel to the ground. So there's roughly, as it's stating here in layman's terms, is in the cloud, there's 5 to 10 more times flashes in the cloud than whatever comes to the ground. So that's what in layman's terms is what it's saying. So, but individual storms may have more or fewer flashes reaching the ground. Lightning can strike where it's not raining or even before rain reaches the ground. And we talk about that here too. So we'll get into what is known as CGs in the storm chasing community. Brother David, I see your insight here. I heard it can travel 10 miles from the storms. Yes, I believe 10 miles is a very good distance. It's usually that's acceptable distance. Some will say it can travel as much as a lot more than that, but I will get into that if you're talking about lightning itself, like just the strike itself. So I don't want to get that confused with thunder, because usually thunder you can hear about 10 miles away from a storm. So but lightning itself can go a lot further than that. So but like I said, I will get into that here shortly. So cloud to ground flashes, as we know it, in the storm chasing community is known as CGs. So anytime you hear CGs, they're talking about cloud to ground lightning. So we all pretty much come from storm chasing community, following storm chasers. So again, this is some of the lingo that they will use. So here's a great question: does lightning go up or lightning go down? And I think we learned about that. So so there are two ways that flashes can strike the ground. So naturally downward, those that occur because of normal electrification in the environment, and artificially initiated or triggered upward. Artificially initiated lightning is associated with things like very tall structures, rockets, and towers. Triggered lightning starts at the ground, which we learned just a little bit ago, which is in the case may mean the top of a tower and travels upward into the cloud, while natural lightning starts in the cloud and travels to the ground. Upward triggered lightning usually occurs in response to a natural lightning flash, but on rare occasions can be self-triggered. Usually in winter storms with strong winds, lightning can also be triggered by aircraft flying through strong electric fields. How cool is that? Lightning can also be triggered by aircraft flying through strong electric fields. That is Pretty awesome. So if the plane is below the cloud, then a CG flash could result. Show of hands, how many of you knew that? Because I know I did not know that. I never knew that. So show of hands, show of whoever knew that in that. So that was definitely a new one for me for sure. So I was never aware of that. So in the most common type of cloud to ground, a channel of negatively charged called a step leader will zigzag. Here it is right here. See this guy over here is zigzagging? Mr. Zigzaggy. Zigzag downward in roughly 50-yard segments in a forked pattern. This stepped leader is invisible to the human eye and shoots to the ground in less time than it takes to blink. So before you even blink, this has already happened. As it nears the ground, the negatively charged step leader causes the streamer channels of positive charge to reach upward, normally from taller objects in the area such as trees, houses, telephone poles. When the oppositely charged leader and streamer connect, a powerful electrical current begins flowing. That's wild. So again, this was new information to me as well when I started researching all this. So, and then but to get into that, so this return stroke current of bright luminosity travels about 60,000 miles per second back towards the cloud. A negative CG flash consists of one or perhaps as many as 20 return strokes. That's wild. That is absolutely amazing. We see lightning flicker when the process rapidly repeats itself several times along the same path. The actual diameter of the lightning channel current, so this guy, is 1 to 2 inches, surrounded by a region of charged particles. This is a great photo right here of what's going on right here. The more common cloud to ground flash has a negative step leader that travels downward through the clouds, followed by an upward travel return stroke. The negative effect of this flash is to lower negative charge from the cloud to the ground, so it is commonly referred to as negative CG. Hopefully this isn't boring you. Hopefully this is giving you some insight. This is going to get a little bit more, again, scientific on it. But if you're like me, I love to learn even more of the scientific side of things as well. So, but if we move on from that, the net effect of this flash is to lower negative charge from the cloud to the ground, so it's commonly referred to as negative CG or minus CG. Less commonly, a downward traveling positive leader followed by an upward return stroke will lower positive charge to Earth, referred to as a positive CG or a plus CG. Plus CG flashes typically have plus CG flashes typically have only a single return stroke, and they are more likely than negative CGs to have a sustained current flow. Some storms produce more positive than negative CGs because of the charge distribution in the storm. But the positive CG dominated storms are not as common. Storms which produce most negatively CGs tend to produce CGs earlier in the storm life cycle and produce significantly more CGs than similar storms which produce most positive CGs. So it's basically in a nutshell saying that most storms are dominated by negative. Most storms are dominated by negative cloud to ground lightning, by negative CGs. So in that aspect, to fully recap that's what they're talking about. A bolt from the blue is a CG which starts inside a cloud, goes outside of the storm, then travels horizontally away from the cloud before going to the ground. A bolt from the blue can strike ground at a spot with blue sky above it. So even a storm that is 6 miles away can be dangerous. So again, a bolt from the blue, or like, oh, this lightning just came out of the blue. That's what they're saying, and because of blue sky, a bolt from the blue can strike ground at a spot with blue sky above it. So even a storm that is 6 miles away can be dangerous. We all still learning, having fun here. It is 10:05 my time, 11:05 Eastern, 9:05 Mountain Time, and 8:05 Pacific Time. So hopefully we're still learning. Hopefully we're having fun here. Hopefully you guys are getting your fill of lightning so far. Again, it's going to be some scientific, and it'll be broad as well. So trust me, learning all this too myself, I learned a lot about lightning before, and then as I researched a lot more stuff that I didn't even know about. So it's just really good to get that, to learn about that. So great stuff. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate all of your help and support and encouragement. And again, if you are just joining in right now, looks like we have about 121 concurrent viewers. That is 121 more than what I would expect at 10:06 p.m. at night. So I appreciate that. Please like and subscribe, and please share if you are enjoying the content. So thank you so much. So let's get back into it. So first, we just learned about CGs. So if you hear CGs, that's cloud to ground. I know I've said it multiple times, but that's what you will hear. So cloud flashes. There are many flashes which do not reach ground. Most of these remain within the cloud and are called intracloud lightning flashes. So they're just inside of that cloud itself. So that's technically, so it's not a CG and it's not a CC. It's not cloud to cloud. It's intracloud, so it's actually called IC. So, but a lot of times you don't hear storm chasers or anybody else say IC. It'll usually always be CC and CG. So cloud flashes sometimes have visible channels that extend out into the air around the storm. Cloud to air, or CA, but do not strike the ground. The term sheet lightning is used to describe, an IC flash embedded within a cloud that lights up as a sheet of luminosity during a flash. So this, when we see this spider-looking thing here, which is actually called spider lightning, if you look at this picture, this photo right here, this is what we're talking about, sheet lightning right here. So this is this is going to be intracloud. So this is going to be from the same cloud that's just spreading out like a spider right here. So if you see that, you know that is in the same cloud right there. Good old spider crawling underneath the cloud there. So that's so I'm sure a lot of us have probably seen that before. If we looked up and have seen lightning like that, let me know in the comments if you have seen spider lightning, and it looks like Brother David Tokar says, I have seen this before, John Boy. Awesome. That's cool. Yeah, but please let me know in the chat if you've ever seen good old spider lightning here trying to crawl its way out and the way around here on the storm. So that's what's happening there. So relate, and then as we know, so technically, heat lightning is not technically a real thing. And heat lightning is an old thing that, in the terms of what we're taught about heat lightning is not, lightning does not get produced by heat, by at least the heat of the day. Like even if it's 100 degrees outside or 120 or whatever it is, there isn't enough heat in the atmosphere here on the surface of the earth or surface of where it is, in the sense of heat lightning that we were taught. Because I was taught as a kid, you see lightning at nighttime on a hot July night. It's 70 degrees. It's just hot, sticky, whatever it is. and oh, that's heat lightning, and it's like, so I just, okay, it's heat lightning. But then when, as I, got older and started learning about weather and diving into it, and they're like, well, no, heat lightning is not an actual real thing. All you are seeing is lightning illumination of lightning that's too far away for us to hear the thunder. So we're here. So what we're seeing is the lightning off in a distance. Um, so yeah, so it's so in the terms of how I knew heat lightning growing up, what I was taught about it, it's not that the atmosphere is actually heated up so much that it's causing a lightning. It's lightning from a distant storm that we just cannot hear the thunder from. So that's what that is. That's what heat lightning is. So, but yeah, cool spider lightning. Um, well, check out these sprites from the International Space Station. That is pretty gnarly. That's pretty cool as well. This red area right here. Uh, so so let's get into transient luminous events. Large thunderstorms are capable of producing other kinds of electrical phenomena called TLEs that occur high in the atmosphere, really high. So So they are rarely observed visually and not well understood. The most common TLEs include red sprites, blue jets, and elves. I think that's a funny name, but it's pretty cool. Uh, so sprites can appear directly above an active thunderstorm as a large but weak discharge. Um, they usually happen at the same time as powerful CG lightning strokes. They can extend up to 60 miles from the cloud top. Wow. So they're very, very high up. Sprites are mostly red and usually last no more than a few seconds, and their shapes are described as resembling jellyfish, carrots, or columns. Because sprites are not very bright, they can only be seen at night. They are rarely seen with the human eye, so they are most often imaged with highly sensitive cameras. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. So we're not talking about the drink, right? Not talking about the Coca-Cola drink of Sprite. We're talking about sprites. That's pretty awesome. So, um, very cool, very cool, very cool. I had known about sprites before, but one thing I did not know about before where it's getting down here, which is blue jets and gigantic jets and elves. And so, blue jets and gigantic jets emerge from the top of the thundercloud but are not directly associated with sea cloud to ground lightning. They extend up in narrow cones, fanning out and disappearing at heights of 25 to 35 miles. Gigantic jets go even higher in the ionosphere. Blue jets last a fraction of a second and have been witnessed by pilots. So, unless you were flying a plane, you probably have not experienced blue jets. So pretty cool stuff right here. I did not know about this blue jets and gigantic jets, but pretty awesome stuff. So thumbs up if you're still enjoying, if you're still learning. So very cool stuff. Very cool stuff when it comes to that. So elves, and I don't think they're talking about elves from Christmas time and Santa's elves. And so elves are rapidly expanding disc-shaped regions of glowing that can be up to 300 miles across. They last less than a thousandth of a second and occur above areas of an active cloud to ground lightning. Elves result when an energetic electromagnetic pulse, an EMP, extends up into the ionosphere. Elves were discovered in 1992, so they're only been around for, what does that make that? About 33 years-ish, 34 years-ish, by a low-light video camera on the space shuttle. That's awesome. And are now known to be associated with terrestrial gamma ray flashes, TGFs. So TGFs were discovered in the 2000s by satellites designed to detect cosmic gamma rays, but it was found that some signals were coming from thunderstorms on Earth. That's pretty gnarly, and they actually have a exclamation point here. This just to be how exciting and cool that was. So TGF appears, and it's not TGIF because TGIF that's going to be tomorrow, but it's TGF appear to originate where strong electric fields exist in a deep region to act as a particle accelerator that is seeded by cosmic ray particles. I know this sounds like some Star Trek, Star Wars stuff, and trust me, it did to me too. But hopefully, you are being able to follow along okay with this. So, this can also produce beams of relativistic electrons. Normal lightning also produces X-rays that can be detected at the ground. Normal lightning also produces X-rays that can be detected at the ground. I never knew that when I read. I never knew that when I read that. Wasn't aware of that. How many people were aware of normal lightning producing X-rays that can be detected at the ground? Show of hands who was aware of that happening for normal lightning producing X-rays. So, and then we get into this what it's showing here. You got elves up here. We also got sprites, and again, not the clear liquid drink right here. And again, elves, not Santa's elves, although they are pretty high up here, so it might be have something to do with Santa's elves here. Then it looks like we got some blue jets that are out here in the stratosphere. So pretty cool stuff that's happening right here. So that's going on here. So so let's move on. Questions, comments, concerns, cool things you guys didn't know about. CT cloud to ground, cloud to cloud, and intracloud are the forms of lightning there. So cool stuff so far. Let me know if you have any questions here. So let's open it up for some Q&A. Things you want to know, things you want to talk about before we move on to how lightning is detected. So let's have some Q&A here of what you want to know about. And I appreciate all of you joining in, all of you being here. Appreciate all the questions, all the everything. So, but yeah, and a lot of other ways too that people will explain lightning is static electricity, which I think all of us have probably experienced static electricity. So, and then so static electricity is like when you go to like reach for a doorknob or something and you get shocked, or you rub your feet on the ground and you get shocked. So that's another way to also describe lightning as well. In a big broad sense, it's static electricity that's built up as well. So I think we've all felt that, and we got shocked, and it took us for surprise, or took us by surprise. So. But that's that is another way to describe lightning as well. So, Brother David says, "What makes white lightning multiple?" I do not know that question, David. That would have to be a something for me to have to Google. But off the top of my head, transparently and openly, I do not know the answer to what makes whitening lightning multiple. So, and from that, so, but again, something I could learn definitely. So, but I'm not gonna sit here and even try because I don't know that. So, when it comes to that, so, and again, I'll be fully open. If I know it, I'll explain it and I'll teach it. If I don't know it, I'm not gonna know everything. I know a lot of it. I know, but I don't know everything. I am not a lightning scientist or whatever, but I do know a lot of it, but I don't know all of it. So, so apologize. I don't know that, David. So, and then, so again, cloud to ground, Rachel says, great point. Rachel, welcome in, Rachel. Sorry if I didn't say, I thought I saw you in here a little bit ago, but thank you for joining, Rachel. Rachel says, when a lightning bolt is attracted to the ground, it can split, fork out, that's true, yes, to other attraction points that have a stronger pull. That is correct. Yes, absolutely. Great insight there. Great insight there, Rachel, on that. Awesome. Thank you for that. So again, lightning is looking for the strongest pull, and it's like, and it can, like, again, like Rachel, it can fork out and go into like what looks like a fork, and it can go to whatever that it's being most attracted to there. So lightning has a mind of its own and what it wants to do. So if no more questions on that, so if no more questions on that, we will move into detection. So this overview here is going to talk about how they are detected, mapped out in real time by two different networks in the United States, which I did not. I believe I knew one of them, uh, and then but I did not know the other one. So currently, cloud to ground and intracloud IC lightning flashes are detected and mapped in real time by two different networks in the United States. Show of hands if you guys knew, and through transparency and through honesty, obviously, if you knew that there were two different networks in the United States that are mapping real time lightning. So, because I did not know that there were two of them. So the National Lightning Detection Network (NLDN), and a system owned and operated by, I'm gonna get that wrong, Visala, and the Earth Networks Total Lightning Network. So these two systems work by detecting radio waves emitted by fast electric currents, strokes, in lightning channels. A stroke can be a fast current within the cloud or a return stroke in a channel to ground. CG return strokes usually have larger currents that make stronger signals that are easier to detect. Since there are many other sources of radio noise, the systems have to first identify which bursts are likely to be caused by lightning. Radio signals are detected by multiple stations. At least three are used to determine the location of the stroke by a time of arrival technique, so a TOA. Location accuracy is best when lightning occurs within a network of stations. Flashes outside of the network have larger location errors and may not even be detected. So, what we learned from that, two networks in the United States are constantly 24/7 in real time monitoring lightning strikes. So we have, again, the National Lightning Detection Network, NLDN, and we have Total Lightning Network. So these two are constantly mapping it in real time for us to view that. So, and David says, radar can detect lightning? Yes, absolutely it can. So as we move on from that, each system may detect more than one stroke, and cloud will return for a single lightning flash. CG flashes that bring negative charge from the cloud to ground can have multiple return strokes, which can sometimes be seen visually as a flickering of the channel to ground. Positive CG flashes effectively bring positive charge to the ground, as we talked about a little bit ago, and almost always have a single return stroke. The positive CG return stroke, however, more often has a sustained current that can have greater chance of igniting fires. So that's where a lot of the fires come from. So we also have this, what is called lightning mapping arrays. Never even knew about them until I started researching. So this little guy right here and this guy right here is a lightning mapping array. So it provides three-dimensional mapping of lightning channel segments near the array. Up to thousands of points can be mapped for an individual lightning flash to reveal its location and the development of its structure. So research LMAs exist in Oklahoma, the Texas Panhandle, Northern Alabama, Washington, D.C., Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and many other many other locations. The NSSL is currently building a mobile array in order to provide targeted lightning observations in conjunction with field campaigns. So I did not know that they actually had mobile array mapping arrays. Never knew that. So this is pretty wild right here. So the rest of these setting up like a network. They're setting up a network to map out all the lightning from this little area right here. So pretty cool. LMA systems also detect radio noise, but in the very high frequency, so VHF. Hey, there we go, VHF tapes. Band around 60 megahertz. They also use a time of arrival, so it's a TOA technique to locate source points in 3 dimensions in time, usually using at least 6 to 7 stations to keep errors lower. So high time resolution, 20 to 100 nanoseconds, makes it possible to watch lightning progress from initiation into different regions of storms. So what they're saying is with these LMAs, they can actually, through the high time resolution, they can make it possible to watch lightning progress from initiation into different regions of the storms. That's pretty awesome. Sometimes flashes are very small and last only a few milliseconds, but some can cover very large areas and keep going for up to 6 to 7 seconds. Wow. And then we also have, we're going to talk about some other instruments here. These are instruments that are actually placed on weather satellites. So we have the Geostationary Lightning Mapper, GLM. It's an instrument on 2 weather satellites launched in 2016-2018, which is the GOES 16 and the GOES 17. So they map the total lightning in cloud and cloud to ground activity continuously day and night over the Americas, adjacent ocean regions. So you guys, maybe you've heard of the GOES satellites before. That's used a lot in weather forecasting and weather mapping. So the GOES 16 and the GOES 17 might not be an unfamiliar term. Well, but that's those are major satellites that are used by forecasters and scientists and weather personnel all the time. So the GLM monitors the optical emissions of lightning, which reach space similar to what we would see with our eyes. It records how bright the flashes are from above, how large of an area a flash covers, and how many flashes pass over any given location. It cannot, however, see if a channel from the flash hits the ground or not. So the GLM is essentially a fast infrared video camera. So in a nutshell, the whole GLM system is this. It's a fast infrared video camera. It sees in a particular narrow band of light that lightning emits well and helps distinguish from other sources of light. It can record about 500 images per second. How crazy is that? 500 images per second, which is fast enough to see the progression of lightning as it brightens different parts of a cloud. The spatial resolution is about 8 kilometers, which is about the size of a small thunderstorm. So each camera pixel can see about one whole small storm or part of a large storm. Some very large storm systems like squall lines have been seen to make lightning flashes that traverse hundreds of kilometers across a storm. So that's cool. So if you go back and look at like this GOES 16 and 17 and you look at the lightning strikes throughout that squall line, you can actually see it'll go like in a line, and it's very, very cool. How the images progress, like going east and with the lightning, or going north and south in the lightning, because sometimes wherever part of the storm is moving. So so it's very cool if you ever see these GOES images. They're pretty cool. They're pretty gnarly how just in depth they are at showing the lightning progress through that storm. So definitely recommend checking those out if you never have. So, and then it's just talking about the GLM also helps identify growing, active, and potentially destructive thunderstorms over the entire country. And again, this is what the GOES does and things of that nature. So, and there's also some other lightning detectors or lightning sensors, such as the optical transient detector and a lightning image sensor. So flashes have been detected from space during the past few decades by optical sensors, which preceded the GLM. So these were in here before the GLM came, and so we got still have some of those. So it's just getting into that. So David says, John Boy, I like your shirt. Thank you, huge Bears fan. So hoping for a great season here coming up. So that is how it is detected. That is a lot of the sources that we use to detect lightning. Again, it's pretty cool stuff. I did not know about the lightning mapping arrays. That is pretty cool. They have people out there just on the ground and setting up networks of LMAs and being able to see that from start to finish. That is pretty awesome. So, but yeah, so, and when it comes to that, so questions, comments, concerns. We still doing good. We still holding up. Still got 92 people in here. Appreciate that. Still 92 more people than what I thought would be in here. So definitely appreciative of that. Again, if you're just joining in or you are new here, please like and subscribe. And also, please join us in the chat. Please let us know your name. Please, talk and mingle with us and become part of our family. So it's please, we are a loving community. We are open, transparent. But yeah, definitely want to just welcome anybody in who is not a regular or who has never joined before. So hopefully we've learned, some deep into lightning. We've learned about the broad, scope of lightning. So then I'll just get into briefly here, get kind of into just a little bit of the forecasting here real quick. And then it's just basically talking about, so lightning forecasting, right? So forecasters can and do forecast the likelihood of intense lightning activity. However, it is impossible to forecast, and listen to this. However, it is impossible to forecast individual strikes because lightning is so widespread, frequent, and random. So we won't be able to ever forecast individual strikes. That's why it's so important and such a safety hazard or a safety measure to always, if you are around an electrical storm, around a lightning storm, to always be in a safe spot, because you just don't know when that lightning is going to strike. You don't know where that lightning is going to strike. You don't know how it's going to strike. And as we know, unfortunately, and I didn't bring it up for a reason because of the sadness that's behind it and everything, but obviously there are people who get hit by lightning every year, and unfortunately there are people who pass away from being struck by lightning every year. So when it comes to lightning, we got to do our best to play it safe, and we got to do our best to take it seriously, because, and again, this is coming from NOAA. This is coming from them. It says, however, it is impossible to forecast individual strikes because lightning is so widespread, frequent, and random. So again, you don't know where this lightning is coming from. You don't know how it's going to strike, where it's going to strike. So again, it's best to be safe. I know there's a lot of people who love to watch lightning, and they love to there's folks that will even tell you don't even watch it from your window. And there's there's just a lot of things, right? Of course, never stand outside underneath a tree or stand around water. Of course, none of that stuff, right? Don't ever do anything like that. Please don't ever fly a kite in lightning. Things of that nature. So Just do your best to be safe, but always, obviously, just know that the lightning is way more powerful than what you are and has a mind of its own, and you just don't know where it's going to be. So I'll move on from that though. But yeah, so just please be safe. Our understanding of cloud electrification processes is still incomplete, as we talked about in the beginning. Still not fully known exactly what causes lightning, but we do know some of the ingredients that a storm needs in order to become electrified and potentially producing lightning. We talked about that a lot. So um, there are two big methods used to look at these ingredients: observation of the current weather and computer forecast models of the future weather. So, and this is just going to get into scientists use characteristics of the current weather in order to forecast if and where the storm is likely to produce lightning in the future. Is it growing in size? Has it produced lightning before? So it's just kind of looking at taking historical data and trying to convert it into future data. So that's, and then it puts in probabilities. And so that's basically the way that observations of the current weather is looking at it. So that's how they kind of try to do their best at forecasting it. So there's also CFMs, which are computer forecast models. They look to determine whether or not a storm is likely to produce lightning over an hour from now. Scientists need to use a computer forecast model. Unfortunately, it is still very computationally expensive to directly simulate how lightning behaves. So again, very expensive in that. So again, they're just talking about computer forecast models are used if we want to look at possibly how maybe a storm might produce lightning over the next hour. I think in some of our weather apps too, they have like lightning data or lightning for. You can kind of look at like the lightning trend and things of that nature. So, but again, it's a forecast. It's not a complete science. It's not a 100% probability. So they're utilizing that. So that's kind of the nutshell of lightning, what it is, the bolts, how it cloud to ground, CG, CC, things of that nature. So that's kind of, a little bit, we got a little bit into the science of it, just a high overview of the science of it. But for the main part is it's 50,000 degrees temperature. So don't ever want to, that's completely just crazy how hot it is. But besides that, yes, David says, yes, there are some people who have survived from lightning. Yes, there are people who have. You can, read about stories of people saying, I got hit by lightning and it knocked me out of my shoes and I went flying, 10 feet backwards, things of that nature. There are people, unfortunately, who have got hit by lightning, unfortunately, who have passed away from it. So, again, and that's a key part of that's really a scary part too of storm chasing, is because if you don't know where that lightning is going to be at. So a lot of times you'll see storm chasers be really close to being hit by lightning bolts. You'll see them take pictures. You'll see that, but I mean, if you think about, if a lightning bolt hit 100 feet away from you or 300 feet away from you, that was just all a matter of seconds of you taking steps in the wrong direction or moving in the wrong direction. And so you got to be very careful out there when it comes to those highly electrical storms when you're out storm chasing, for sure. That's another danger that lurks out there. And it wouldn't be a pretty sight if somebody ended up getting struck. So, and definitely would be definitely not a great, definitely would be a horrible sight if that happened. So I know I've seen that when storm chasers get out of the vehicle and they'll watch a storm going away from them, or they'll watch a tornado going away from, or whatever it may be, and you'll definitely can see lightning real close to them, especially if it's clouded ground, striking a couple, what looks to be only like a couple 100 feet away, things of that nature. But yeah, so that's just very, very. That's another high risk of storm chasing. So. But so far, still got you guys, still got your attention, still feel good about lightning, a little bit better, a little bit more insight there. Questions, comments on that, concerns, feedback. Let me know if you guys have any of that, and then I will move on to 30 facts about lightning. Um, so this would be some cool facts to know about lightning. Some you might already know, some you might not, but either way, it'd be kind of cool to teach you guys on that and do that. But yes, so lightning, as we know, it's a weather phenomenon that we see all the almost all the time in storms, but it's a weather phenomenon that we cannot predict. We don't know where it's going to hit. We don't know how it's going to affect somebody or affect something. So again, always treat it with a high risk. So with that, any questions on that? If not, let's jump into. I see some thumbs up there. I appreciate that. So let's jump up into 30 facts about lightning. So, thank you, Brother Shane. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Brother Shane says, I definitely am more aware. Great stuff, Brother John Boy. Thank you. All right. So, number one, we talked about this. We talked about this one a little bit, so I won't beat this over the head. Lightning bolt can reach temperatures of about 30,000 Kelvin, which is about a little over 53,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And while the surface of the sun is only about 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit, so we're talking a lightning bolt is basically 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun. I didn't make it up. It's just what the data shows, what the data says. So, but that's pretty wild. So yeah. So basically, basically to say that a lightning strike is 5 times as hotter, or it's 5 times hotter than the sun. So number two, and this is why it's so much electricity. A single lightning bolt can contain up to 1 billion volts of electricity. That's 1 billion volts. You know those little 9-volt batteries that we use in certain things? That'd be quite a lot of 9-volt batteries to equal a 1 billion volts of electricity. So, but yeah, this immense power could cause significant damage to structures and landscapes, as we know. So again, a single bolt of lightning can contain up to 1 billion volts. That is just wild. So, yeah. So David says, yes, smoke detector. So imagine how many smoke detectors this is right here. So quite a lot of smoke detectors right here. So, but besides that, number three, this is a big one. People always say, and I'm sure you probably have heard the saying, lightning doesn't ever strike the same place twice. Show of hands. Who has heard that? Who has heard lightning never strikes the same place twice? I'll give that a second here to see what you guys say in the comments, and then we will move on to number three. Because I know I have definitely heard it many times saying lightning cannot ever strike, or lightning does not strike the same place twice. Looks like we got show of hands that's saying, yes, I have heard the same thing. And yep. And thank you, my beautiful, loving wife. Thank you, Allison. Lots of new information. Very cool. Thank you. Appreciate that, my love. Thank you for your support and your encouragement. Thank you so much. It means everything to me. And looks like Drama says the same thing. So, and Libby comes in with a great piece of information. Libby says, I've heard that, but knew it was wrong because lightning struck my granny's tree twice. Absolutely. So to dive into number three real quick, number three, lightning can, big word is can, and does, whenever it happens, can strike the same place more than once. The Empire State Building in New York City gets struck by lightning about 23 times per year. So every year, the Empire State Building is getting struck by a bolt of lightning. 23 times. When I read that, I was like, whoa, that is a lot of times for one building to get struck by lightning. So, very cool stuff on that. Um, so yeah, and I believe I'd have to look it up too, but I know that we still call it the Sears Tower. It will always be the Sears Tower in Chicago. It's called the Willis Tower, but it's famously known as the Sears Tower. I'm sure that gets struck a lot too. I would have to look up the data on that to see how many times that gets struck every year. And I would recommend if you ever come to Chicago, you can go up to one of the highest floors there in the Sears Tower and walk out. They have a ledge. They have what's called the ledge out there. It's a clear plexiglass. It's very strong and everything else. But it's a cool place to go out and stand over the ledge, and you're actually hanging out over the side of the building about 1,000 and some feet up in the air. So pretty cool experience. I would highly recommend that. So, but that's number three. Number three, yes, lightning can and does strike the same place twice. So, but yeah, if you ever hear somebody call it the Willis Tower, just please correct them and say, I think you are talking about the Sears Tower. So, but that's where that comes from. But that's how that goes. So, and what Rachel says is, if you all want to see really cool pics, Google lightning striking Statue of Liberty. That would actually probably be pretty cool. I've never seen that. At least I don't think I have. So, Libby says, I struggled with the elevator ride up and decided I had enough stress for one day. So it looks like Libby looks like either made it up there or almost made it up there. But yes, the elevator ride up Sears Tower is super quick. I mean, it's like your ears will pop and all this other fun stuff because you're going so dang fast. But it takes literally seconds to get from the bottom floor up to the top floor. I mean, it's amazing how fast you're flying in that elevator. So, pretty cool stuff. We talked about this a little bit. Number four, a little more scientific stuff. Lightning forms when ice particles within a cloud collide, creating an electrical charge. These collisions separate positive and negative charges within a cloud. So that's a more layman term definition of it. So pretty cool. So pretty cool stuff with that. Number five, the ground beneath a thunderstorm becomes positively charged. So as we know, we talked about earlier, as we learned about here just a little bit ago, this positive charge attracts to negatively charged particles in a cloud, leading to a lightning strike. So again, you got positive on the ground, you got negative in the cloud, and they are attracting, and that's what that comes from. So from that. So number six, lightning can travel at speeds up to 220,000 miles per hour. So again, lightning is traveling faster than what we can fathom. So 220,000 miles per hour, lightning is moving. This rapid movement is what creates the bright flash we see. There you go. It's moving so fast that the rapid movement is what creates the flash that we see. How crazy is that? Speed. It's because of speed. So that's cool. So when you look up and you see a lightning strike and you go, oh, that's because it's traveling so fast. The rapid movement of that. I just saw that because of the speed that was generated of that. So that's why I saw the flash for. Pretty cool. Pretty cool stuff. Number 7. Cloud to ground lightning is the most dangerous type. I think we know that. So it strikes from a cloud directly to the ground and can cause severe damage. We are all aware of that CGs are the most damaging lightning strikes. So 8 gets into a little bit of what we already learned about a little bit. Intracloud lightning occurs within a single cloud. This type is the most common and often appears as a bright flash within the cloud. And it looks like Libby says, Shane asked Libby, he said, Libby, did you take the stairs back down? Libby says, no, I took the elevator, but I thought I was going to lose my lunch the entire way. I could understand, and definitely I could see that happening for sure, because those things are, again, flying. I'd have to look them up again, but they are flying up and down. So Shane says number 6. Yes, sir. I will move back for you, sir. 6 is going to be a fun fact for that, or the fact for number 6 is lightning can travel at speeds of up to 220,000 miles per hour. So, again, faster than what we can basically fathom, faster than in why, and because it's traveling so fast, that rapid movement inside the insulation of the air is what creates the bright flash, because it's moving so fast throughout that air there. So, cool stuff. So 220,000 miles per hour. Pretty quick. So this is going to talk about number, which finished number 7. So number 8 is cloud to cloud lightning happens between two separate clouds. We know that. We talked about that already. It is less common, but can be just as spectacular to witness. So pretty cool with that. That's what we would know as CC. CG is obviously cloud to ground lightning, and IC is lightning inside of the same cloud. So if you're with me in the comments, please write CC, IC, CG. Let me know if you are still with me there. So in the comments, please write CG, IC, CC if you're that. So if you are still with me and learning, So what you are writing there, thank you, Lisa. What you are writing there are the 3 forms of lightning: cloud to cloud, intracloud, and cloud to ground. Great stuff. Appreciate all the comments there. Thank you for the CCs and the CGs and the ICs. Thank you for that. We will move on to lightning safety, which is going to be number 10. So, number 10 says, the safest place during a lightning storm is where? Indoors. We're always taught indoors, and that is correct. Avoid using electrical appliances and stay away from windows. That's given. If caught outside, avoid open fields and tall objects, because we talked about tall objects. Tall objects are creating that spark, right? So we don't want to be around tall objects because they can create that spark and draw in that lightning. So definitely want to stay away from that. Lightning tends, but not always, to strike the tallest point in the area. So trees are a bad idea. Any type of other bushes, structures like that. If you're outside, they are a positive charge for lightning. So here's a fun fact that people always ask a lot: am I safe in my car during lightning? Will my car keep me safe from lightning? And if we know anything about what attracts lightning and what attracts electricity and what repels electricity is, we know that water is obviously a good conductor of electricity, so we obviously don't want to be around water during lightning or during electric storm. But what rubber is a good repellent of lightning. So a lot of times the tires of a vehicle will act as a good insulator to keep lightning out and disperse that. But they'll talk about it here as we see in number 12. Cars are relatively safe during a lightning storm. The metal frame of the vehicle directs the lightning around you and into the ground. But again, your tires will too being rubber help in that equation as well. But you can see videos. There are videos of people driving and getting struck, lightning striking the hood, lightning striking, the front of the vehicle, whatever it may be. So please don't think that just because you are in a car that your car cannot get struck by it or will not be struck by it. So, but just know that you are relatively safe during that because of, again, the frame and the tires around you as well. And with everything being so close to the ground, as soon as it would hit, it would just dissipate and disperse that into the ground. So so that's number 12. Libby says one of the chasers had this in Mississippi this spring. So I'm assuming you're. I don't recall that. I don't know exactly, but I'm assuming you're talking about having their vehicle hit by lightning, if I'm not mistaken. So I know when I've been driving before, I've definitely had some really close calls, or at least what I think are close calls with lightning coming close to striking my vehicle. So, but yeah, so it definitely can. Definitely can, like Libby just said, it definitely can hit it definitely can hit the car, especially where it hits on the car. So if it's going to hit like right on top of the hood or whatever else, it can kill all of your electronics and everything else, and put the computer modules all crazy, and the ECMs and the your electrical or your electronic control module, your PCM, all that stuff. So it can fry all that. So, but yeah, so it's definitely. So again, your car might get the brunt of it, but your car might be able to get the brunt of it, but at least you're going to be somewhat safe inside that vehicle. So if it just strikes your car and your car ends up, not usable and things of that nature, at least it's better than you getting struck by that. So looks like we got brother Peter in here. Looks like we got some hellos and highs to Peter. So yeah, so definitely please say hello and hi to Peter, please. Peter is from, if you guys don't know, which I know a lot of you probably already do, but for those of you who aren't in John McKinney streams a lot, or part of that, if you're new here, Peter is from the UK, from Manchester, United Kingdom. So so good for that. So number 13, myth. We talked about it. Lightning never strikes the same place twice. Fact. Lightning can and does strike the same place multiple times. So very good. Number 4, rubber tires protect you from the and they still do. The metal frame is the main part, but the rubber tires still act as more of an insulator. But the main thing that's protecting you though is the metal frame. So this is a little bit misleading, but for the most part, they are true about it is true about the metal frame that provides the main protection. So the rubber tires is what acts as more of an insulator. So, but yes, that is correct on 14. So, 15, you can tell how far away lightning is by counting seconds between the flash and thunder. Fact. This method gives an estimate, but is not always accurate. So, as we talked about that earlier, I was, brought up believing that it was for every 1 second you count, that's how far away the storm is. But as we found out, it's actually you count the seconds and then divide them seconds by 5. So, uh, yeah. So again, it's an estimate. It's obviously not. It's not. It's not foolproof. It's not full science, but it is an estimate and gives a little bit of a little bit to where that storm may be. So, so good on that. Looks like now we get into some cool stuff about around the world here. So, Lake Maracaibo. I don't know how to pronounce that, and I apologize for that. In Venezuela, holds a record for the most lightning strikes. It experiences lightning storms about 300 nights a year. So three out of so that means there's only 65 days, roughly 65 days, or let's call that 2 months. So that means for 10 months, this storm or this place is getting lightning. So that means for 2 months, it's 2 months it's not experiencing lightning. For 10 months it is. That's a long time. So definitely so could you imagine getting lightning for 10 months out of the year? That is pretty wild. So David says, good night, John Boy. Thank you, brother David. Appreciate you joining in. Hopefully you learned a little bit about some lightning here and are able to take that with you and learn a little bit about that. So appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much for that. Appreciate you joining in. And God bless you. Thank you. It looks like Shane says, where is that? That is Lake Mara. I'm going to pronounce it wrong. I think it's Maracaibo in Venezuela. So wherever this lake is at in Venezuela, it's getting 10 months worth of lightning. So pretty well. Central Africa is another lightning hotspot. The Democratic Republic of Congo sees some of the highest lightning activity in the world. I never knew that. Maybe you guys knew that. Maybe you didn't. Maybe it's new. Hopefully you learned something new. Yes, and I think maybe you guys have already known this before, maybe not, by being weather buffs or just watching weather. The United States also experiences frequent lightning. Florida, known as the lightning capital, which Florida is our lightning capital here in the United States. They see more lightning than any other state. Has the highest number of lightning strikes per year in the country, and that is true. They do. And that is because of several different things. So a lot of times Florida is because it's always so hot and sticky. They'll get a lot of pop-up showers and thunderstorms. Of course, that's going to be have lightning involved in that. And then of course, when they get hurricanes as well, there'll be lightning along with some of the storms and the hurricanes as well if they do. So, but Florida is, and that's why because of how Florida sits, being a peninsula. So they're a lot of their weather is driven from the Gulf of Mexico, coming from west to east, and then with the Gulf of Mexico being so warm, and with it being so warm, just that climate down there being so warm, that a lot of times we'll get those pop up thunderstorms, and they'll get a lot of lightning activity going on down there. So Florida is the United States lightning capital when it comes to a state. So that's number 18. Moving on to lightning and the environment. Lightning can start wildfires. Wildfires, not wildflowers. That'd be kind of cool and different. But lightning can start wildfires. These fires can destroy large areas of forest and grassland. So how many times, at least here in the U.S., I know a lot of times we will hear, I know that a lot of times here we will hear like, oh, there's a fire out west, like in Utah or Colorado, Nevada, California or something. They'll say, well, they got started by lightning, and there's a lot of wildfires that happen in at least here in the United States out west, where it's more dry and more deserty, and not a lot of moisture. So quite a few wildfires actually start because of lightning striking the ground and creating fire. So kind of a fun tidbit fact there. So I never knew of this. Number 20, I never knew about this. It helps fertilize soil. So whoever knew that lightning helps fertilize soil. And if you did, uh, you get a big gold sticker or something because I never knew this, and that would be awesome if you did know that. So, the intense heat of a lightning strike converts nitrogen in the air into a form that plants can use. Never knew that. Nope. Never knew that it helps fertilize soil. So when people say, so people can go, hey, uh, what's helping with your soil? And you can go, lightning. Lightning's helping with my soil. Cool. Didn't know that. Pretty wild. So thought that was pretty funny, or I thought that was pretty cool. So, um, but yeah, pretty wild on that one. So lightning. Who knew this one? Who knew this? Who knew number 21? Lightning can. Oh, Libby says, I knew about it fertilizing. Awesome, Libby. That is awesome because I never heard of that ever. But I'm in a farming community. Okay. So, and then Lisa says, I learned that from a. Is that from a movie, Lisa, that you're talking about? Peter says, lightning can also cleans the air around a thunderstorm. Okay. Um, Thank you, Peter, for that information. And yeah, so I was not familiar with number 20 at all. So that's very cool. Very good on you, Libby, for knowing that for sure. 21, lightning can create glass. I never knew that. When it strikes sandy soil, the intense heat can fuse the sand into glassy tubes called fulgur fulgurites. That's cool. So lightning can fertilize the soil, and lightning can create glass. That's pretty awesome. Not aware of 20 and aware of 21. Very cool. Awesome to you guys. Awesome to everybody who knew that. That's awesome. All right. Lightning and humans. So we're about to come up upon number 30 here shortly. 22. Ancient civilizations often worship lightning gods. The Greek god Zeus, while the Norse had Thor. Is that in the Sweet Home Alabama movie? I've seen that movie many times. If that's the one with Reese Witherspoon that we're talking about, I've seen that multiple times. But yes, number 22. Ancient civilizations often worship lightning gods. Zeus for the Greeks, and the Norse had Thor. And as we know, very popular. So very popular, right? Thor with um, what you call it, Marvel and all the other stuff. So Zeus as well, very popular as well. So 23, I think we all know about this one, probably or most likely. Benjamin Franklin. Benjamin Franklin's famous kite experiment demonstrated that lightning is electrical. So remember, Benjamin Franklin was the one who flew his kite out there. That's talked about through history and throughout history. So this experiment laid the groundwork for modern lightning protection. So, uh, pretty gnarly of that. Lightning strikes can cause serious injuries or death. About 240,000 people are struck by lightning each year, with a survival rate of 90%. So unfortunately, if you took away 10% of this 240,000, that is saying that 24,000 people, unfortunately, pass away every year from lightning strikes. So that is a huge number and a way larger number than what I ever would have thought that the number was. So, yeah. So unfortunately, lightning is whether so while it can help with soil and create glass and everything else, I was not. It obviously causes a lot of injuries and unfortunately results in people passing away. So yeah, so about 240,000 people are struck by lightning each year. Uh, so with a survival rate of about 90%. So yeah, so if we do the math on that, 10% of 240,000 is 24,000. So unfortunately, that's uh, that's 24,000 too many people who unfortunately pass away. So all right, fun facts now. Here's the odds of you ever being struck by lightning. The odds of being struck by lightning in your lifetime are about 1 in 15,300. So it's not very um, likely for any one of us to ever get struck by lightning. The odds aren't there, but obviously that doesn't mean that it can't or that it won't happen. Despite these odds, some people have been struck multiple times. So imagine you got struck by lightning and then you got struck by lightning again. I wonder how they would feel. Like that would just be that would be just be so wild to get struck once and to live and tell about it, and then get struck twice and live and tell about it. So that is wild. So lightning, 26. Lightning can produce a variety of colors depending on atmospheric conditions. It can appear white, blue, purple, or even green. And I think that uh, I think that have probably seen multiple colors if we've looked at the sky before and seen uh, lightning strikes of at different times. So my wife says I knew 21 because of Sweet Home Alabama. Thank you, my love. Lisa says Skittles Lightning. That is pretty. That is pretty. Yeah, there we go. I think we'll call it that, Lisa. That's a great name, Skittles Lightning. I like that name. We should, or actually you should. You came up with it. You should coin that name, trademark it, and see if you can prosper off of that. That would be awesome. So, but yeah, that's cool. I like that name. Skittles Lightning is very cool. Very cool name, Lisa. Peter says my dad's friend got hit with lightning while working at a power station and it melted his face badly. Ooh, wow, that is horrible. Hopefully he's okay, or hopefully they survived. And whoa, Peter's had some serious run-ins here with some lightning or close around him with lightning. So, um, wow, that sucks to hear. That's definitely sucks to hear. So, sorry about that, man. Sorry about that, brother Peter. 27. Ball lightning is a rare phenomenon. It appears as a glowing spherical object that can move erratically. It can last longer than a typical lightning strike. So, not only is there lightning, there's a phenomenon inside of phenomenon called ball lightning. So, it appears as a glowing spherical object. So it's shaped like a ball, like a sphere, and exactly what it's called that for, object that can move erratically and last longer than a typical lightning strike. Wow, that's that's wild. Lightning in popular culture. So we'll get to these three. The DeLorean in Back to the Future uses lightning to travel through time. I think we all might remember that, or at least people around from the 80s and early 90s with Back to the Future. 1, 2, and 3. Michael J. Fox. I forgot the other guy's name. doctor. But yeah. So the DeLorean in Back to the Future uses Christopher Lloyd, if I'm not mistaken, uses lightning to travel through time. This iconic scene has made lightning a symbol of power and mystery. 29. This would be my. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you so much. This would be my wife's favorite one. She's a huge Harry Potter fan. So Harry Potter's lightning bolt scar is one of the most recognizable symbols in modern literature. It represents his connection to the Dark Wizard, Voldemort, or as I like to just mix things up between Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings and everything else. So I just would probably call this a different name and just to be silly and goofy. But I digress on that right now. But number 30, Lightning McQueen, the animated race car from Cars, is named after this powerful natural phenomenon. His character embodies speed and excitement. And yes, Shane says McFly. Yep, Marty McFly. Yep, that was a huge, huge, huge saying, cultural saying. That came out of that movie from that. So, and then, but yeah, so good stuff with a 30. So pretty cool. 30 interesting facts. I think that helped learn. I know I've learned a lot from some of these facts as well. Looking at lightning, seeing about lightning, and then I do have, uh, as part of the topic, discussion and teaching is going to be what is the longest lightning flash ever. So, like, how long did it go for? And before I give away the answer, without Googling, please, and without uh, Binging it or whatever search engine that you may use, what do you think is the longest flash, lightning flash that's ever been detected? Distance wise. I would like to know what you think longest distance wise, the longest lightning flash has ever been detected. And I will show you what the National Weather Service has on record. Because it blew my mind when I uh, looked it up and saw what it was. So, what do you guys think? What do you guys think the longest flash in distance is? So, uh, because like I said, yeah, when I saw the answer, I was like, I don't know, I didn't think that was even possible. So, Rachel's guessing 410. Well, Libby says I can't answer because I already looked it up before you asked. Oops. Okay. Right. 410 from Rachel. Let's get one more guess in here, and then I will reveal the answer. This is according to, again, authoritative NOAA National Weather Service, what they say that it is. So, see if somebody got one more guess in here. So, Lisa, great job. You went in perfect. That's awesome. That's funny. I should say that. I mean, that's funny because of the Price is Right theme. Uh, Lisa is saying 409. We got 410. And you both, um, awesome women, um, are actually very, very close. So if we go to it, the world's longest lightning flash on record captured by NOAA satellites. So This is what NOAA has. This is what the National Weather Service has. So look at this flash. Look at this flash here. So this is Texas down here, okay? This is Texas. This is Louisiana. This is Mississippi. And this is, we got Alabama to the bottom. So you think about this flash. This flash goes all the way from here to the south of Texas and goes all the way over here to southern, almost the panhandle of Florida. And it was a distance of 477 miles. 477 miles. So that means from where this struck at, if you were standing right here, over here, you would have seen this flash. You would have seen this flash of lightning from standing all the way over here. 477 miles away. Could you imagine that? You're standing there, you're sitting there, standing there, and there's a storm that's 477 miles away from you, and you see the lightning from that? Show of hands of how crazy is that? Like, I mean, for real, like, just how wild would that to be standing over here to see something that happened 477 miles away? That's wild. This is one flash. Remind, this is just one flash. So the people standing here are going to be like, yes. So Rachel, yes, that's correct, Rachel. Everyone's literally looking at the same lightning flash across 4 states. So people in 4 different states saw the same lightning flash. That's wild to me. That is completely wild. So to be almost 500, to be almost 500 miles away and you see a lightning flash from a storm so far off in the distance, that is wild. So that is completely wild. So I don't even know really. That's just kind of hard to fathom. I mean, really, when you think about it. So yeah, 477 miles. Crazy stuff. So Lisa says that would be cool if the space station saw it. That would be awesome. That would be cool. I have to look that up. Maybe they did. I don't know, or maybe they could have. I don't know, but that would be pretty cool if they would have seen that. So, but yeah, it's very cool. So, looks like we've got Brother Jonathan in here. So everybody say hello, please, to Brother Jonathan from the United Kingdom as well. So any questions, comments, concerns, anything that I can go back over to maybe help maybe emphasize a point, or to help maybe give some more clarity on anything that you guys want to know about lightning, because I would love to do that. That's why I'm here. I'm here to help teach you that and help you with that. So so let me know if there's anything you want me to go back over and discuss. I would gladly do that. Definitely help with that. And yeah, just help. So if you have any questions, comments, concerns, feedback, I would love that. Hopefully, at least let me know, if you did learn a few things or learned a little bit about some lightning. But if there's anything else you're itching to learn about and know about, I can help you with that to my best that I can. So, and so let me know, because I'd love to help you out with that. Lisa says, I did learn a lot. Very good topic. Thank you, Lisa, for your encouragement and your support. Peter says, did you know the human body produces 1 ohm in electrical measurement? I do not think I knew that, Peter. And if I did know that, I forgot that. But off the top of my head, I can say that I am not aware of that. So that's pretty cool. So that is really cool when it comes when to know that. So, but yeah, please let me know if you have any questions, comments, or anything else. See if I can answer those questions for you. So, uh, to help to help you with that. So when it comes to that, so good to see everybody in here. Good to see Jonathan. Good to see the whole crew. Uh, Libby says, I've enjoyed learning more about lightning. Thanks for sharing your knowledge. You're welcome. Thank you, Libby. Appreciate that. And like I said, I knew a lot about lightning before I started reaching it here, just researching it more just recently, and I learned so much other stuff that I did not know about lightning throughout my research, and so that was pretty cool. I had a lot of fun. Had a lot of fun researching this topic and teaching this topic. And but if there's cool stuff that you guys know that I didn't talk about or that is something, please put it in the comments, please, so we can discuss it and talk about it. That would be awesome. So yeah, so definitely let me know if there's anything that you want to discuss about that as well. So and again, if you are new here, please like and please subscribe. Appreciate that. Please, definitely, please share. Like, subscribe. Um, if you enjoy if you enjoy my content, if not, I still appreciate you stopping by and listening to me ramble on about lightning and anything else. So I appreciate you taking the time to to be with me tonight, and because I know everybody's busy and everybody has uh, things to do besides listening to some guy talk about lightning on YouTube. So definitely am appreciative and grateful for everybody's time taking out of their day, and when you can be spending your time doing something else than listening to some guy in a bear shirt talk to you about lightning. So definitely appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. Peter says, John Boy, do you do community work with the homeless? Um, I can donate to help pay for a few meals if we can sort something out. Do I do it? Do I do any personal work with the community for the with the homeless? I do not. No, but I believe that my church might. So I could possibly reach out to them to see if that would be something you would want to me to do, Peter. I could possibly do that. So if that's something that you would be, yeah, I could reach out to my church, to my home church, and see if that might be something that we could do for that. So let's see. Libby says, "How accurate do you think lightning detection location is on radar?" Not very accurate. If you go back, and I say that because if you look on radar and if you have the lightning detection on the radar, it gets very clustered and very like over um I don't know, like sometimes the lightning bolts are too big, so it looks like they're not even like they're over in more of an area than what they should be over. So at least on radar, I don't. I think as because radar is condensing everything down. So I think when you put the radar bolts in there and everything else, I just think that sometimes it can get too clouded and too cluttered. So I don't think it's it's accurate to a certain degree, but as far as it being, as long as it being like completely accurate, I don't think to me personally. Again, it's my personal opinion of dealing with weather apps and radars, and I personally don't think it's very accurate to give you my honest opinion on that. So, um, just because again, because radar is you're overlaying everything on there. You're overlaying convection, then you're trying to put lightning strikes on top of that. And again, remember, you're seeing the radar as it was, not as it is. So you're seeing old radar. You're seeing like a couple minute old radar. So the radar is still trying to decipher all that and everything else. But what do you think, Libby? I mean, what's your opinion? Do you think it is accurate? I mean, if maybe it is to you, but to me, I have found that when I look on the radar and I have the overlay of the lightning strikes on it, and then I look outside or I do whatever else, it just doesn't add up most of the time. So, but again, that's just me. I'm just a guy in a bear shirt talking about lightning and weather. So, but let me know what you think, Libby, about that. That would be awesome. Peter says, I would appreciate it if we can sort something out over Discord sometime. Yes. Let me know where to contact you in Discord, Peter, or how I can contact you in Discord, and I will gladly do that. So please let me know, sir, where to contact you at with that. That would be awesome. So, let's see here. We got radar succession can clog the radar. A rapid succession can clog the radar. Yes, yes, what Rachel said. Yes, absolutely, I agree with that. Definitely. Let's see. Jonathan says, "What is dry lightning?" I am not 100% sure what dry lightning is. I don't even know if I'm even familiar with that term. Um, so I don't know, buddy. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever even heard of dry lightning before. Unless you're talking about heat lightning, unless that's another term for what people call heat lightning. So that's lightning without any rain around, or lightning without any uh, um, sound of thunder, things of that nature. But uh, unless that's what they call dry lightning in maybe some other parts of the world, I don't know, or heat lightning in other parts of the world. But besides that, I don't think I've really heard the term dry lightning before. So, uh, Peter says name Psalms as a user. Okay. Uh, so Jonathan, you're talking about no rain or thunder. So I think you're maybe that would go inside the lines as uh, Peter's saying dry lightning is during a heated area over time. It's produced from the ground. Okay. Again, I am not familiar with that, but that's good to know. It's good to learn. So thank you, Peter, for that. So Rachel says maybe he means where you hear thunder and see lightning, but rain doesn't fall to the ground. In that case, it's because the rain evaporates faster than fall. Okay, thank you, Rachel, for that. Libby says, I think it depends. I've seen strikes out the window, and the little icon looks pretty close, but also seen one super close, and the radar showed it a few miles away. Okay, yeah, thank you, Libby. Again, I think that it's not. Of course, it's not always going to be accurate, and sometimes it might. Sometimes it will be accurate, but like I said, for me, when I've looked at it and I've done it, it's been more inaccurate than what it has being accurate. So, but again, I mean, everybody has different experiences with it. So, I mean, if you have good experiences with it and it seems to work for you, then obviously continue to use it for sure. Uh, but just for me, that's just my experience with it. So, um, so, but again, if you have a great experience with it, yeah, please continue to utilize the overlay of lightning strikes or whatever it may be. So, Jonathan says, "Thanks, people. Appreciate that, Jonathan. Thank you, brother, for that." So great. Libby said the Thunder seemed to agree with it being miles away, and then it is why I asked about the distance of fork travel. Okay, awesome. So did I answer the question about that, Libby? About how far the fork could travel? I can't remember. Was that tied into the longest lightning strike? I can't remember. Please refresh my memory there. Uh, Shane says dry lightning seems wicked. That being the case, yeah, it does. If definitely the way that Peter described it and everything else, absolutely it does. So definitely. Question then. So we got 64 viewers in here, which is awesome. Thank you to all of you 64 viewers who are joining in right now. Uh, Jonathan, we actually talked about that one earlier, buddy. Vote from the blue. If you were here earlier, that's one thing that we talked about, buddy. That was at probably within the first 10, 15 minutes of the topic being discussed. But I can go back to it. I can definitely go back to it. Uh, Rachel says ground to cloud lightning is it's just what we don't see the strike, we only see the return. Jonathan says was asleep, bro. Absolutely, definitely understand that. You are like 5 hours or something ahead of me at least, so it's like four something your time, I think. Libby said, I don't think so, but this discussion has helped clear it up a bit. I was just curious because of the experience. Okay. All right. Let me far fork could travel. Yeah. So I'm not familiar how far the fork could travel then off of itself. I just know how far that a lightning strike can possibly travel. Like you're talking about, just a lightning strike itself can travel. What's given here off of Noah. As far for fork, I can look it up real quick and we can definitely discuss that if that's what you want to do, Libby. I would be happy to do that and to learn that. Uh, she said, Libby says, what's the distance a fork could travel? So lightning fork travel. Let's just see what good old friend Google says. Let's see what they say about that. Uh, I don't know. Well, fork lightning can travel cloud to ground, ground to cloud, or cloud to cloud, and it is the most spectacular of all. Let's see what this says here. Let's find fork. Huge electrical spark. Yeah, let's find fork. It looks like fork lightning can travel cloud to ground, ground to cloud, or cloud to cloud, and it is the most spectacular of all. It is also the most destructive type of lightning. Fork lightning often damages buildings and can, unfortunately, uh, kill. Bolts that shoot from ground to air are less common and can strike up to 10 miles away from the cloud. Sometimes you cannot see the cloud when these bolts strike, hence the term bolt from the blue. So there's that for you, Jonathan, as well. Go over that again a little bit. But fork lightning, it doesn't give me a distance there. All right. I had to do a little bit more research there, Libby, there for you. Let me see here. If I just type in fork lightning and see if that what that looks like. What? Did I type in the wrong thing? Let's go to matters. Yeah, 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 yeah. We learned about all that. Did I skip over it? I'm trying to help you out here, Libby, the best that I can. So, okay. Let me see this. Ah, get out of here. So here's fork lightning. Here's a picture of fork lightning here. Yeah, so I'm not 100% sure how far that they can travel in a distance. But Libby says, I had my back to the window and my phone in my hand. It was close enough. My phone lit up and I thought it was going to explode. Whoa. I saw the reflection of the strike on my screen. That's pretty wild. Wow. You were inside, Libby? Were you inside? I didn't say. Libby says, I looked up and all the girls I was teaching were looking at me with their mouths physically hanging open and their eyes wide, very wide. Wow. Oh, so that happened in a school building, I take it then? Okay. Oh, that's very wild. You were inside, okay. Wow. Yeah. It could have been a fork then, yeah. I mean, during girls' Bible study, nice. Very good. Very good. The best, which I remind you folks, is the best kind of study is Bible study. That's the best kind of study. So, but yeah, sorry I couldn't be of much more help there, Libby, with how far that the fork can fork out there or can expand in distance wise. So not quite sure there. So I do apologize for that. So um, when it comes to that, but here's a good picture though of fork lightning right here. So yeah, so it could have been something like this: one over here, something way over here, and this side, something over there. So when it comes to that, so very great stuff. But question for the audience, question for the chat, question for all of you great people. Libby talked about being almost hit by lightning, being very close. Uh, but what's the closest you think you've ever came to being hit by lightning? What's the or was it so close that it made the hair on the back of your neck stand up? That made the hair on your arm stand up? Could you feel the heat? How close? What's the closest you've ever been to being struck by lightning? So please let me know, let us all know in the chat, and we can chat about that. Peter says, I have been 500 centimeters from a lightning strike. 500 centimeters, that's, I don't know what that is in inches. Uh, but I would assume that's pretty close in inches as well. Jonathan says the other side of the street. Shane says not very close, but probably closer than I think. I think so. I think that's probably true for a lot of us. Peter says half a meter when it hit the lamp post outside my brother's flat, and we were blinded for 3 to 4 minutes. Whoa, that's wild. Rachel says yes. Was in the barn with the horses. About 150 feet behind the barn was an oak tree that got struck. A lot. We finally found out there was a couple old cars. Wow. That's really wild. That's pretty cool, Rachel. Lisa says a large tree next to our home was struck and burned from the inside out. Oh no. It was so loud our ears were ringing. Shane says thunder claps before the strike ends, it seems. That's close. And it can be deafening too. Oh wow. So you guys got some pretty close calls there. Definitely for sure. With that. So yeah, that's pretty interesting information about Rachel's thing. So Jonathan says I went down the drain. Okay. Wow. Oh, it went down the drain. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah, that's pretty interesting about Rachel's stuff, so for sure. Oh, all right. It is 11:46 Central Time, 12:46 Eastern, 10:46 Mountain, 9:46 Pacific. Currently 62 current viewers. Thank you so much, all 62 of you. If you haven't yet, please like, please subscribe, please share. Please do whatever you can to help me out, to help out my content, to help out, me, good old me. But thank you so much. I appreciate all 62 of you. I appreciate everybody being in here right now. So uh, definitely am so thankful for that. So just blessed. Libby says, sounds like we are an electrified group. Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that, Libby. Definitely. Definitely believe that for sure. So, but yeah. So lightning is hopefully. Jonathan said, roughly how many strikes per year occur in the USA? I do not know. That is a great question, Jonathan. I know that Florida is our lightning capital here in Florida. I'm sorry, here in the U.S. That it's. But I do not know the average amount of strikes per year. If you want to look, if you want to look that up, that would be awesome, bud, and let us know in the comments. That would be cool. Um, very cool. So, Shane says, John Boy, how many subs do you need before you can have memberships? Is that what it said? Yeah, memberships. Well, I can't make partner with YouTube until I have at least 500 subs, and I'm about. Last time I checked, I was about halfway to 500 subs. So I think I'm around 250. I know it was around 240 something earlier. So I had to be at least 500. 500 is the minimum to be in the YouTube partner program. But I also too had to have 3,000 watch hours. So that means across all of my videos, there has to be at least a combined of 3,000 watch hours. But once I hit 500 subs, and not bad. And once I get 500 subs and once I get 3,000 watch hours, then I can apply for YouTube Partner Program, and then that's when um, I could start monetizing off of YouTube. Uh, so it'd be a cool thing. But that would be the time. Right now, I can't do any of that stuff. I can't do super chats. I can't do memberships. I can't do, any of that stuff until I would make YouTube partner, which that's a goal. That's what I'm shooting for. So hopefully I get there, Lord willing. So Lisa says, not bad for just starting out. Congrats. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. Rachel saying, oh, 265. Hey, that's even more than what so I started streaming at I think I had 241 when I started streaming. So I have gone up 24 since I started streaming in the past 2 hours and 2.5 hours. So I'll take that. So I'm marching my way towards 500. A lot of those subs obviously help, are from you guys and from uh, Brother John's channel. And again, without him and without you guys to help, propel me, I wouldn't be as far as I am along right now. So very, very blessed. Very, very blessed for that. So Jonathan says, let me go back up here, Jonathan. 20 million cloud. Oh, son of a gun. 20 million cloud to ground strikes over 47 states. Never would I have guessed that many. Never. That's awesome. So, and then Shane says 20 million, Jonathan Wowza. Most of those are in Omaha. I'm assuming that's because Jonathan going to be, I believe he said he's going to be relocating to the U.S. in January, I believe. So uh, he'll get a nice warm welcome there in he'll get a nice warm welcome there in Omaha with some good old lightning strikes and everything else. So, but that's where Freddie's at. So, um, Freddie McKinney's there. Stormrunner Media is there. A couple other guys are there too as well, with Freddie as well. So, but yeah, so great stuff on that. Great stuff on the topic. I know it was a little bit longer topic tonight, uh, but it's a good topic. Lightning's a great topic, So it's a fun topic. It's a very serious topic, unfortunately. So because we know what can happen if, unfortunately, if you were to get hit by it or somebody were to get hit by it. So with that, so but I found out a lot too that it fertilizes and that it makes sand and everything else. So Libby, Libby says, so it's Freddie's fault there are so many strikes in Omaha. Yeah, probably. Let's all just blame it all on Freddie. I think that's what we should do, I think. So I agree with that. Absolutely, Libby. Absolutely. So, um, yeah, definitely Freddie's fault. Jonathan says, is it good for the earth? So if you're talking about lightning, from what we've seen and what throughout the research, what I just taught about a little bit ago too is, yeah, it can help fertilize the soil. So I guess in a roundabout way, it is good for the earth. Lisa says boom magnet. I believe that's Freddie for lightning when it comes to that. So, and again, you're welcome, Jonathan. And again, 62 current viewers in here. So please, if you aren't currently active in the chat, please join us in the chat here so we can get to know you and get to conversate and to chat with you as well, because we would love to chat with you. So Um, but very good on that. So yes. Let's see. Yeah. I think that. Yeah, I think lightning is just a cool thing, right? It's just a cool phenomenon. It's just cool learning about the positive and the negative and that. So, oh, good morning, uh, Phil O'Dowd. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good to see you. Thank you for joining in. Um, if I'm not mistaken, Phil O'Dowd is from Ireland. So everybody say hi to our friend from Ireland. So pretty cool stuff there. Um, Correct me if I'm wrong, Phil O'Dowd, but I believe that's where you are based out of. So where you are from. So awesome fact, Jonathan. Roy Sullivan was the most struck person ever. I never knew that. How many? Can you look it up and say how many times that was? Nice. Bit cloudy this morning. Having a day out today, and yes, Ireland. Nice. Jonathan says Roy Sullivan was struck 7 times. 7 times. That's wild. That is very wild. So after about the fourth or fifth time, don't you just kind of like get like, hey, I don't want to be struck anymore? I mean, oh, he was a park ranger. Oh man. And did he? And hopefully, Jonathan, let us know. Did he happen to survive all of them? Survive the seventh one? 'Cause that's amazing. 7 times. Wow. I guess his job, tells exactly what it is. But, geez, like I said, after like the second or third time, wouldn't you be like, "Hey, I don't want to get, I don't want to get struck anymore. I'm tired of being struck by lightning." Um, I don't know. I think that's what I would be thinking probably or something. I don't know. Wow. Lisa says, "Bet he was entertaining at parties." I would probably agree with that too, Lisa. He's probably has got some good stories to share for sure. That's definitely that's wild. Yeah, to say the least. So that's awesome. So another awesome thing is that we got people in here from UK. We got people in here from Ireland, and we got people from United States. We got people from all over. So very cool. Very blessed and humbled to have um, people joining in from all over the world here. So that's pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. So it's great stuff. Very great stuff. It's very awesome. So um, just super excited and super thankful and super blessed for all of you. So thank you so much. So oh geez. Oh gosh. Oh, what Jonathan typed, which I will keep that off of, or just keep that on the chat. That's ouch. That's sad. That's very sad. Very heartbreaking. And wow, that's very yeah. That's heartbreaking. That's very. I don't even have much to say. That's just heartbreaking to even read that. So Man, yeah, that's a bummer, man. I don't know. That's yeah. Yeah, Libby says that. Yeah, that's they could maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's a great question, Libby. Very great question. Um, yeah. So yeah, that's very heartbreaking for sure, definitely. When it comes to something like that, so definitely. Um, Let me get back on here for a second. This is some facts here, some FAQs. Here's some of that dry lightning that we talked about. Um, Bolt from the blue we talked about. Yeah, just a lot of cool stuff there. Uh, wow. Sorry to hear that, Peter. That sucks, brother. Yeah. See, and that's one reason that I always I've dealt with mental health, mental illness for myself for oh man, going back oh geez, probably like since like 1997, 98 ish, and okay, maybe here, buddy. I love you. But yeah, so uh Philo Dowd says, "Oh dear, it's 6 a.m. So 6. Okay, must go and get ready. Just wanted to say hello. Wish I could stay in chat. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for checking in and for uh, stopping by. I definitely appreciate that. And God bless you so much, Philo Dowd 8080. Thank you so much for that. So Libby says, I appreciate that you shared your story with us, John Boy. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Libby, for that. Peter says, "Oh man, that's horrible." Uh, wow. Sorry to hear that, brother Peter. Sorry for that. That's tough to hear. It's very tough to hear. So very tough. Yes, yes, 100%, Libby. 100%. Yeah, and like I said, like I was stating, so like I've been dealing with mental, uh, health and illness, since I was, about 1998 ish, something like that, around that time, 1998. So we're talking almost 30 years. So, yeah, it's really sad when somebody gets to that point, and we just gotta try to be like, to really love that person with grace and to really give that person grace, but to show them love and to show them that that we're there for them and we care. And a lot of times they just want, and I know this from experience, a lot of times, just want someone just to listen, just to try to understand, where we're coming from. And so a lot of times it's best to just listen and just, say, hey, how can I understand? How can I help you? What can I do? And, because the worst thing to do is to not listen and make that person feel like nobody cares about what they have to say or how they're feeling. And then, unfortunately, as we know, um, people end up unaliving themselves, and um, that's the worst part of it, you know. So, and so, yeah, so we just got to be, we got to, show some grace and some a lot of love and just a lot of listening ear, and because there's a lot of people who I love that struggle with mental illness as well too. A lot of people in my family as well, friends as well, and we just got to be that listening ear. So, Peter says, uh, Jenna says, are there different types of thunderstorms? What do you mean exactly? I just want to know is that just so I could kind of know the what you're asking there. So, Libby, ask away. Ask whatever you want to ask. I'm fully open, fully transparent, and so go ahead and please ask away. Shane, what you're hearing is actually chat notification. That when a chat comes in, it notifies me that I did not know you could actually hear that. So I will turn that down. That's what it is. So thank you guys for telling me that. I didn't know you guys could actually hear that. So um, let me get to that. But that's what you're hearing. That's a chat notification. Jane says it sounds like a high pitched heart. That's awesome. Get off there. So remember how to freaking turn it off here. Oh wow. Uh, Libby says you mentioned in your testimony about not showing tough love. Would that include if someone is in a hospital for their mental health and they want you to help them escape? Now, okay, I have a friend I know needed the help she was getting, and yet she kept asking for someone to break her out. Now, do you know if she was asking to be um broke out because of what was happening to her in there? Like, was it unfair treatment? Was it was she being abused? Was she being like I said, mistreated? Um, or was she just merely trying to get out of it to get out of it? So there's two different things, right? Um, then you have to think about the steps prior to that. Is was she already asking for help before she went to the hospital? Like, was she already trying to seek help and get help, or was she forced, herself, or was she forced to the hospital? So, I mean, there's a lot of different things at stake that are at stake here. So, um, and again, everybody's situation is different. But I just know that definitely um, tough love, in the sense that I know the tough love is actually going to make the situation worse, um, far more worse than better. So I would need a lot more insight to that. So um, to kind of give you a better what I think about that. So to give you kind of a more of a better overview of that. So um, so hopefully that makes sense. But yeah, definitely, because there's unfortunately, especially in the U.S., there's a lot of mistreatment with people in mental health institutions and mental health hospitals. There's a lot of. I mean, there is some good that comes from that as well. Obviously, I'm not saying it's all bad, so don't get me wrong on that. But I'm just saying that um, she was convinced they were trying to put demons in. Okay, she was put in through a court order after attacking a police officer in a psychotic episode due to quitting her meds. Okay, so again, so it sounds like this is deep into maybe psychosis, or maybe what we want to get into, may possibly schizophrenia, things of that nature. So, but that would definitely be a form of psychosis for sure, if that's what she's believing, or possibly to full blown schizophrenia if that's what she's believing is happening, or was happening to her. So, um, so at that point, um, yeah, that is oh, yeah. So she was either experiencing psychosis, or again it matriculated to schizophrenia. So, uh, but either way, wow. Um, so she went off her quitting her meds. Okay, now I would assume that was probably quitting cold turkey. I would possibly assume, probably, meaning like she just stopped them abruptly, stopped taking them. I would guess that. Um, so of course of course, you don't want anybody to be a danger, one, to themselves, and then two, obviously to others. So, uh, yes. So in this fact, I don't know if this is actually tough love would be the actual term for this. Um, I would actually say this is, uh, and maybe, uh, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would say for the benefit of safety for herself and for others, if she was to the point of attacking people or attacking herself or believing things like that, then that's a whole nother side of the mental illness. So that's the very, very, very another very dark side of it, right? So I would say with that is, of course, you still got to approach it with love. You still got to approach her with, hey, what can I do to help you? And then try to help her, um, you know, uh, rationally, right? And I know it's very hard to rationalize with people who have mental illness, because some of them are believe in a different form of reality, and I get that and I understand that. But definitely, if that was me and if that was my friend who was going through that, Definitely would approach the situation with love and say, what can I do? What can I do to show you the love? What can I do to help you? Rationally, what can I do to help you get better? And if you don't think that you belong in this place, then what can I do to help you get better outside of this place? So what can I do? Like how can we help you guarantee that you're going to take your medication? How can we help you do that? Because nobody wants to be confined in a mental hospital. Nobody wants to be possibly strapped down to a hospital bed. And um, so sometimes, so I don't know if that was um, the more of the tough love I was talking about, and more of this was just um, was about um, like telling people that hey, you're faking it, you're making it up, you're not trying hard enough, you're not doing your best, you can be doing a lot better, why aren't you trying better, why aren't you doing way better than what you're doing? And so that kind of tough love that people were trying to throw at me was not the proper way to go about it. And um and then but yeah, so from that I would say, yeah, definitely show the love, right? Definitely. um but again, if what can we do as people to help our friend or a family member who has that sort of that illness, right? So um and again, I'm sure she's probably scared. I'm sure she's probably obviously doesn't want to be there. And the only thing that sucks is when violence gets brought into it, right? When stuff like that happens, because you don't know how they're going to react at home. I don't know her situation. I don't know if she has kids or has whatever else or whatnot, or where she's living outside of or with whom. Uh, but always the law is going to always look at safety, right? The law is always going to say, well, you can't harm yourself and you can't harm others. If that's what's going to happen, then we're going to put you in in the actual hospital room, or we're going to put you in a psych ward, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. So um so yeah. And brother Shane says right here, says really good stuff. I would think praise and encouragement over trying to bring people down. Yes, absolutely. So that is um, that's very key, very key. Yes, 100%. Praise and encouragement to get people, um, and that's tough. It's tough to see people that we love go through something like that. It's tough to see people, um, you know, struggle with that, and um, it's very tough, and so I just think that the tough love. Um, so what I was so what I would say is, um, no, you're that's awesome, Libby. Very good. It's that's what I'm here for, to talk about everything and anything. That's how we get better at what we do. That's how I grow as a person too, and hopefully to help other people grow. Um, but so it's yeah, I just think that you obviously can't abandon the person, right? You can't abandon them. uh you have to really just um you know um especially when they need help, you have to really help the person, because uh I think that you have to really understand, because when I needed help at my very worst, and I was showing a lot of tough love, and from my wife, from uh, uh, or so I needed a lot of help with certain things. I couldn't get water bottles um, out of the case. I couldn't get my own uh, food. I couldn't get anything. And a lot of times when I needed help and asked for help, sometimes it was more of a uh, you can just get it and do it, and it's like, but I mean, I'm being very honest, it would take me 30-40 minutes to get a water bottle, because I would go through like 8 different water bottles, because if they were all dirty then everything else, and I would just look at it, and so I really needed help. Like, a lot of times I wouldn't get that help sometimes, and that's just being very open and honest. And or saying, "Hey, I shouldn't have to watch you do this. I shouldn't have to watch you do that." So, I went through a lot of the whole 9 yards of treatment, and of being treated. Sometimes very very lovingly, sometimes very tough, sometimes very um, just not nice. And I mean, that's just being honest, and my wife would agree that she made a lot of mistakes through that process, and my mom as well, because both of them were my caretakers and taking care of me, and they would have apologized a lot for what they did through that time. And but I just say, just because I went through it, I know. Thankfully, I never got to the point of like, uh, um, so it's like I talk about, like, so it's like, you, you know really, the thing is like, because I've never had a crisis like that, right? The crisis started from my going from one medication to a different medication that was pretty much the same sister medication, and then that jacked me up and put me in like an altered reality state, and then the illness took over, and the illness said, you're going to live in a closet for the next, 4 months. You're not going to be able to get up and go to the bathroom. You're not going to go to the bathroom for 45 days. You're just going to pee on yourself and lay in it. You're just going to not eat. You're going to lose 40 some pounds, and they're going to have to stick a tube in you to feed you. You're only going to breathe a couple of breaths every minute. You're dang near nearly going to die. You're not going to be able to walk. You're going to have you're not going to be able to get into the drawers. You're not going to be able to get bottled water. You're not going to be able to go outside for 4 months. Your only time you're ever going to go outside is for doctor visits and going to the hospital. You're going to go to the hospital so many times and give so much blood that you're going to think that you became a blood donor. Uh, so all of that, there's a ton more. Um, all of that, and then once the illness took over, that's what you believe. And then, so yeah, so I think that, like, Libby says, you're talking about the silverware and water bottle gave me opportunity to open up about to my mom about my OCD tendencies. Awesome, I appreciate that, Libby. So uh, it's really is a that's I'm glad you opened up and can open up about that, because if you ever look at it, like, and this is what I challenge people to do, and to look at, like, the dark side of OCD, the hidden dangers of OCD, because again, a lot of people don't understand the dark side of it, and the full, like, just how deep and bad it can be. And I mean, when you can't touch doorknobs, when you can't touch water bottles, when you can't touch silverware, when you have to inspect everything and you expect it for 40 minutes, and then if it has a little speck, then you spend another 20 minutes getting another something out of the drawer. If you can't open up your own food, you can't touch your own food, you can't eat with your hands, you can't do that. OCD, you're obsessively compulsing about, well, if I sit down, I can't sit down. I have to stand up the whole time. So, and like I mentioned in my video, was, I mean, I stood up for 12 plus hour days. I couldn't even sit on my own furniture, and just completely sick, right? And then you're just crying out loud. You're crying to yourself. You're just like, what have I become? And then I could barely stand, could barely walk, could barely talk. I really couldn't form sentences, and I tell people that, and that's the God's honest truth. Like what you see now is how I was before I got sick. I'm able to communicate and able to teach and able to do things like that. But when I was sick, I couldn't even put like 3 to 4 words together without like stumbling over them and then taking like 2 or 3 minutes to just try to put words in together. I remember being so sick, I didn't know what difference between like what hamburger and meat, and I'm like, have I always called meat hamburger, and have I always called beef hamburger? And I sat and debated that in my head for like a long time. I'm like, what the heck is? I don't even remember if I called it beef before or hamburger before. So, and then Libby says, very true, Libby. Libby says they can't understand the obsessions that fight to control you, urges that make no sense, but you can't seem to deny them. Absolutely, and it's there. I mean, then that's the thing is you have to face it, and I know it is tough and it's scary because but you really got to talk about it. And there's a lot of different therapies out there, a lot of different stuff and everything else. But I think for the OCD thing is it's very dark because it's obsessive, right? It's compulsive, and it's obviously a disorder. So I mean, and there's a lot more things that go into OCD than just being touching things or sitting on things, and it's just the constant thoughts in your head. So um um but my wife says here, "Amen, Libby. God definitely led us to this conversation. I'm glad this gave you the opportunity to open up to your mom about the OCD tendencies. I know that is one reason John Boy posted his testimony, and I did. I posted my testimony not for I don't want people, like I said. Uh, Very good point, Libby. And it's difficult to explain to someone who doesn't experience it. It's very true. Um, and like I said, I posted my testimony not to for my benefit. I don't want sympathy. I don't want people. I just want people to understand that I've been there. I've been through where I couldn't talk, I couldn't eat, couldn't drink, almost died multiple times. All this just horrible, seeing so much darkness and so much uh, pitch blackness. You know, uh, couldn't I lived in my closet. And when I say I lived in our closet, I mean I truly lived in our closet. Um, it was, it's so just imagine living in a small closet, for 4 months. Um, it's just, so I know what it's like to be there, and but the more you open up about it and you talk to people about it, and some people won't ever understand you. I get that. I know some people won't ever understand me because they'll be like, "Oh, none of that's real. I've never experienced any of that. Mental illness is just made up. There's no such thing as um, um, being depressed or having OCD, having anxiety." So there's a lot of people that have a lot of false information or a lot of false belief when it comes to mental illness and that. So, um, but yeah, I mean, even and I talked about it in my video, and I'm very forthright about it because we have to be very forthright. We have to be very um, outspoken about it, and like I said, there have been some severed relationships that came out of my sickness because there were a lot of people who just thought maybe that I was faking it, I was making it up, I wasn't doing my best, I wasn't trying my best, um, and that I wasn't giving it my all, that I wasn't as sick as I was making it out to be, um, that it would happen at a weird time, that I chose to be sick. There's just a lot of people who before I got sick were seemed to always be there and have my back and be by my side, uh, and uh, and go by my and be by my side. And then when I got sick and I needed them the most, they turned their back on me. So, and that's a tough pill to swallow. That's hard to uh, just decipher and digest because it's like I've had your back throughout everything, and then I get sick and I need you at my lowest point and my deep darkest point and everything else, and then you turn your back because you think that it's just made up, or I'm not, I'm not doing everything my best and everything. That's not even remotely close to to what happened, to what was going on. Um, so yeah, there are some severed relationships there, and and that's unfortunate. I pray about it all the time. I pray for reconciliation. I pray for understanding, from them people, and I know one day that God will reconcile. I believe that God will reconcile those relationships. And another big overarching thing about this is just about there are different levels to it, right? People get sick on different levels. Like some people get, like I mentioned in my video, some people get sick to where they can still function and go to work, right? They'll still be depressed, but not as depressed as the person next to them. And the other person, they'll be like, well, and you'll talk to certain people like, well, I've been depressed before and I never thought about unaliving myself and things like that. And it's like, well, be thankful that you've never got to that level, because there are people who experience so much deep, dark depression where that's all they think about. So, and a lot of people are like, well, just because it hasn't happened to me, I don't think it's happened to other people. And that's a false narrative. That's a false belief to have. So you have to just, again, kindness, yes, that Peter's talking about here, uh, and just really show that love and support, and I saw Jonathan talk to a little bit earlier about PTSD. SD is the same thing. Yeah, if you have there's so much out there, right? Anxiety, PTSD, and people suffer with this stuff. And a lot of times people suffer in silence because they're afraid to speak up. They're afraid people are going to think that they're different, that they aren't functioning correct, or they're not functioning like other people. They're going to think that they're just some outcast and they're an outsider. And that's why a lot of people go down the dark hole, because they don't feel that they're valued. They don't feel like anybody understands what's happening, that anybody understands what's going on. So again, I would just say anybody, whether they're experiencing psychosis, whether they're experiencing, um, I'll get to that real quick. So, Libby says, this is so true. God didn't make us with cookie cutters, and our experiences and levels of things we deal with are not the same. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, yeah, and I'm not trying to talk too much behind the curtain here, but about what happened, a little bit. But my mother-in-law, uh, just thought that I wasn't doing my best, not trying my hardest, uh, and basically just said, when I basically was saying, well, when I had depression or whatever else, or I'm able to get up and do things, and because that's the normal thing to do and everything like that. And it's like, you can't say that to somebody, because your depression level, your mental health level was nowhere near what my level was. So yeah, again, not trying to peel too much behind the curtain, but even people who are the closest to you can and will turn their backs, um, unfortunately. So, um, and it's sad. It's sad for that stuff like that to happen, And um, yeah, I've never lied. I mean, obviously, my wife, my mom's seen what I went through daily. They know that it was 100% true, 100% a crisis. Like I said, I was incapacitated. I couldn't feed myself. I couldn't. I was I was like a child. So. Um, and but yes, but to get back on that, it's I'm very glad though, Libby, that you are uh that to open up. And that's just I just tell everybody you can just open up, and just let people know that uh, you know just open up to everybody and anybody. And the people who really love you, like I mentioned in my video too, is the people who really love you through your hardest time, is exactly who loves you and stands by you through your deepest, darkest, most roughest, most point that you need somebody, the darkest down on the bottom that you could ever get, you know, when the people stand by you through that, those are the ones who really, really, absolutely love you, who absolutely, just absolutely care about you, and the ones who said before, within your circle said, I love you and I'll be there for you through everything and through anything, and when you go through something and you call on them for and ask for help, and they don't help you, they're not the ones who really truly love you. They're not. The ones who truly, truly love you in that moment are the ones you call upon help for, and are the ones who help you in that process. The ones who truly listen to you, the ones who truly pick you up, the ones who truly understand, the ones who fight for you, the ones who stand by you and not just turn their backs on you. So uh, and so I found out a lot. Unfortunately, I found out a lot, people who truly love me in that process, and ones who truly just said that they love me, but really didn't mean it when it came time to show that. So, uh, and that's unfortunate, but again, um, that's where we're at right now. So, um, and like I said too, just because, uh, um, like you said too, or like I said too, like just because somebody just because we share a last name with somebody or we share the same blood with somebody, that doesn't make them our family, right? Family to me, and everybody might have a different opinion, and that's totally fine, that's totally awesome, but family to me is an action, right? It's more than just sharing that last name with somebody and saying, well, I grew up with, that's my cousin, I grew up with them, and then you're just told just to love that person, but you really don't love that person, and so you're not really a family member of that person. And as far as I know, a lot of people who hurt us the most are people who we share last names with or who we share blood with. And so to me, it's family. Just because you share the same last name and share blood with somebody, that doesn't make them your family. The family is somebody who's there for you, uh, at all times. It's somebody who cares about you and wants the best for you. So, but I digress from that. I'm not trying to, I didn't want to. Um, yeah, so it's those who stand by, friends. There are people who have friends, that are uh, closer than what family is. There are people like people from our church. Um, there are people from our church who we didn't even know that treated us, or there are people from church that treated me way better that I didn't even know than people who I've known for decades. So, it was really kind of backwards in that process. So, Rachel says, okay, y'all, as much as I'd love to hang around, I'm off to bed. Awesome. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you so much to uh, being here and being a great modding. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you for everything that you do. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. God bless you, Rachel. Have a great night. Peter says, best way to surrender to Jesus and give him my issues, and he always comes through. Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree, Peter, 100%. Shane says, I think the Holy Spirit is within us who have the kindness and love to want to really help others when we are able and when they need it. Yes, I agree, 100%. Absolutely. And we have to show that kindness, right? That love, uh, that support, and of course we're going to fail at times because we're obviously it's just a part of what's going to happen. But we have to try our best to never fail and to do our best at what we do. And but yes, the Holy Spirit is what's going to drive us, and He's going to help us show that love and to uh, give us the words to say, words of encouragement, words of comfort and calmness, and so yeah, I just think to me it's when somebody suffers a crisis, an illness crisis, somewhere where they can't feed themselves, they can't do things like that and everything, and it's to the point where you don't know if home care is going to be make it anymore, and you start planning out end of care life, or end of life care. That's what my wife and my mom are doing was planning out end of life care, and it's you just have to approach that with love and just and listen the best you can and help. So Peter says it's what Jesus commanded to love even the enemies of God because God can use them and turn them to Him. Yes, I agree. You're right. This that whole turn your turn your cheek right and love your enemies of course that's easier said than done, but it's something that yes we are commanded and called to do um, as believers and as Christians, definitely. So Jonathan says, right, love you bunch. I got to go to 300. Wow, 300 cows of milk and animals to feed. I set my love and prayers to each and every one of you. Awesome. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you very much, brother, for modding, for being a dear brother. Appreciate that so much. Have a great. Well, it's actually day. It's like 5 or 6 over there. I don't know what time. Yeah, something like that. 5:40 or 6:40 your time. So thank you so much, brother Jonathan. God bless you, brother. Appreciate it. Libby says being in a loving church family helps so much for those who don't have support with their blood family. Yes, it does. It does a lot, yeah. So Jonathan says 6:40. Okay, so Jonathan's 6 hours ahead. Okay. Uh, so yes, having a loving church is very, very key to that process. Especially for me, it was, and uh, just all their prayers and everybody praying and so yeah, because it was a very scary time, a uh, very challenging, very just difficult time all around for everything. So, um, but yes, definitely, um, definitely agree with that. So I'm 100% for sure. So, and again, that's the basis of my testimony. That's the basis of my streams. That's the basis of is to help people. Just what can I do to help you share your story? What can I help you do to share, things that you need to share that you haven't shared before to help you get better with mental health, to help you get better, and I know unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to reach everybody or, and that I talk to or that I meet. Uh, but, I'm on a mission to change, you know, the way that mental health is attacked here in the United States, the way that and, uh, it's kind of like that. Just be quiet about it and push it under, sweep it under the rug and hide it underneath a rock, and just be strong, just toughen up, and just be mentally strong, and yeah, there's it goes way deeper than that, So um, Peter says, I don't have a good church near me. They are pushing a lot of things that God says don't do. Ooh, is that a more of a liberal church than I might take it as? Because I know here in the U.S. we have a lot of those pushing agendas that do not conform nor do they adhere to uh, biblical teaching. Um, so yeah, you got to be very careful of that for sure, definitely. So, but yeah, that's my main thing. That's why my main thing is this. That's why I wanted to share and get it out to YouTube, get it out on platforms, to help people and to say you're not alone. I've been there. What what can I do to help you? And if I help one person, then it's all for it, and to help guide and guide them. And because I still struggle with, there's still sometimes things that I struggle with. I still have bladder issues. I still have some physical issues from all that. I still have some nerve issues. Still have lingering stuff from that. So, from that ordeal. I mean, and that was basically, 3 plus months without basically eating or drinking. That was laying on first laying on a hard floor and then laying on little cushions, like little couch cushions. So then my feet were always dangling over the couch cushion, so my feet were never propped up properly for like months and months. So all the blood, so I have a lot. So I had a lot of like a lot of nerve uh, pain, neuropathy pain. Hopefully, there's no damage or anything, but a lot of just a lot uh, of bad stuff there when it comes to that. So just yeah, just a lot of that, and then yeah, but so that's my main thing. So that's what I'm here to do. Is I'm on a mission. So Libby says, "I'm sorry you don't have a good church near you. God has blessed me so much with a loving church family where we have a solid biblical teaching." I agree with that's awesome, Libby. I feel like ours does too. I feel like ours aligns with biblical teaching, aligns with uh, interpretation of biblical teaching. So very happy about that. Very awesome about that. Um, and so yeah, you just gotta be, especially in the U.S. I don't know how it is in the UK or other places, but yeah, definitely gotta be careful of new churches coming up or stuff like that if they're straying away from the biblical teaching of what the true biblical teaching and um, so you just gotta be careful of that because um, it's just obviously it's not the teaching that I know it's not the teaching I want to be a part of, nor should it be a teaching that anybody should want to be a part of. So, but yeah, so in all roundabout way of all that, Libby. But Libby asked that great question about the tough love and think about her friend and everything, and um, I just think at the end of the day that uh, again to approach that like I would have again if it was me I would have approached it with you know what's the plan, what's the plan to help you out of here, what's the plan that you're going to stick to a regiment, how can I help you stick to that regiment, how can I help you stick to that plan, um what can I do to help you not be in this facility? And so just approach it with some, with grace and love, and obviously not saying you didn't, but I mean, I'm just telling you what I would do if I was in that position, and then um, because things get, especially if the police are involved and there was battery or there was some sort of crime committed, then you have to deal with the law enforcement, then you're dealing with the law, you're dealing with judges, you're dealing with attorneys, you're dealing with then you start getting deep into case law, and because they might be trying to hold that person because they're a danger to society. So um, and again, there's different severe forms of mental illness. Schizophrenia, psychosis. And those are very, very, very um, unfortunate, very, very dark, very, very menacing mental illnesses. So, um, but that's a definitely a tough place. That would have definitely been a tough place to be in, Libby. Definitely for sure. Um, but yeah, it's um, thankfully hopefully your friend. I don't. Hopefully your friend is either out of there or has gotten better, or has got back on her medication. Um, and so yeah, it's just that we got to everybody's like, and then I'll jump off this topic, and then we'll get on to or in everything else. Uh, but I just think that I think that it's yeah, I can tell in a second. Libby says, I feel like I handled it with the wisdom I had at the moment. Awesome. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't been unloving by abiding um, by what the authorities had dictated. Yeah, see, and that's another thing is See, and it's very complicated when authority gets involved, when law enforcement gets involved, because then you, as you know, if they are taken to a facility or whatever else, there's only so much that you can do at that point, because then obviously they're at the beck and call of the judge, and the state has to find them competent, or they got to be able to not be a danger to themselves or to society, so they're being evaluated and reviewed by the hospital. Then you get all these psychiatrists involved and psychologists, and you get everybody else involved in that process, so it's just a deep, especially when it comes to that. That's a whole nother beast, right? Once the law enforcement gets involved, uh, and but I would say this, and a lot of people are like, "Hey, you just have to take, your medicine. You have to just get back on your regimen. You have to do this." But unless that person has ever taken that medicine, so a lot of people who take psychotrop, or a lot of people who take antipsychotics, I'm sorry, who take antipsychotics, um, the antipsychot if you ever look into antipsychotics, I mean, and I recommend you do, because a lot of people think, oh well, people with psychosis and schizophrenia and all those other type of mental illnesses that take antipsychotics, that the pill just automatically makes you better. Well, actually, that pill does not automatically make you better. If not, it can actually make you worse, and that's because of all the side effects. That's all of the you just don't know if that pill is actually going to help you. So a lot of people just say, well, they just got to take their medicine, they got to take their antipsychotic, they got to take this, they got to take that, and but at the end of the day, you don't even know. You don't even know if that medicine is even helping that person. It could actually be hindering that person, and you can look it up. I'm not just spitting. I'm not spitting. Or talking about things that out of the blue, or I'm not just making up stories. I mean, that's known facts here in the United States. You can look it up about antipsychotics, about how much that they are actually do their jobs, how much they are actually effective. So, especially in her case of having what she said and attacking and having that some sort of form of psychosis and or schizophrenia or whatever she was going through, I would assume maybe she was on some sort of antipsychotic or whatever it may be at that time. Um, just my assumption. I don't know. Do you happen to know? Um, do you happen to know Libby? What medicine she was taking? What meds that she was on, and then she stopped taking them? Because I would like to know that. Peter says medicines can work both ways. It's like a balancing act. Yeah, it is. It's just like the same way with I take an SSRI, which is an antidepressant. I take fluvoxamine. The name brand is Luvox. It's Luvox, but the generic name is called fluvoxamine. It's for OCD, and I take that, uh, but that doesn't mean the person next to me who starts taking it that it's going to work and it's going to help them. So there is no thing. So Libby says, and there is not set regimen. As you know, it has to be consistently monitored so that the correct meds and balance of meds are being taken. Yes, yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was just getting. Absolutely, that's what I was getting into. Is it's not known why I take Luvox and it works for me, but you pull somebody else off the street and they take it and it won't work for them. It's just you don't know what's going to work for you and what's not going to work for you. So, uh, or one medicine doesn't always work for the whole, for everybody else. So, but yeah, so I mean, our medicines do help once you find the right medicines to help you. Then those are the ones that help you. So sometimes people will go through, and even my doctor has told me this. They're like sometimes people go through 4 to 5, or maybe all of the antidepressants before they find the one that works for them. And there's people who go through all of the antidepressants and none of them work for them. So that's why there are the alternative therapies like brainwave was it simulation. Uh, there's other forms of therapy. There's ketamine therapy. There's therapy that people do when the medicines, alternatively, when all the medicines don't work for them. So, but that's what I that's but from that. So, but yeah. So I would just say that it's not right for Libby says, I don't know what she had been on. I met her shortly after she had come to Christ, and someone she was in contact with that told her that she didn't need meds as a Christian. That's a lot to unpack right there. See, when people say that, right? As I've heard people say, um, like as a Christian, you don't need therapy, or as a Christian, you don't need medication. What you just said, that is far, far, far from the truth. Uh, God obviously created intelligence, right? I believe that God created all the intelligence that there is, human intelligence, obviously everything else. So God created intelligence. God created. Libby says this is part of what I had to be worked out was that it wasn't a sin to be on medication. Oh, okay. Yes. So again, so to say that, so God created intelligence. God created the human beings who created medicine to help people. So I think of that as God's intelligence to be able to help us. So if so to me, I think it's a disservice to God if I was like, well, I'm a Christian, God, I'm believing everything, you know, but I think it'd be foolish of me as a Christian to go, well, I'm suffering from mental health, but I'm just gonna not take any medicine to help me that God intellectually designed through human beings. So to me, and then it's like, well, if I broke my leg, am I just supposed to just sit there and just heal and not take any medicine and go, well, God, I know you got it all handled and taken care of. I think that's yeah, I think that's not the way to approach it. Of course, we want to believe in miracles and we want to believe in all that. Of course, that's obviously what we want to do and what we should do. But at the same time, the medicine is there for a reason. The medicine is there to help us. It's designed through intelligence, through the intelligence of who God is. God is the designer, the maker, the creator. So think about antibiotics and think about things like that and other medicines that are pushed through. And a lot of people I know a lot of people say bad things about big pharma. They're like, well, they're just making these medicines to push on people and they don't really work and X, Y, Z and everything else. But if you start believing that stuff, then you won't ever take medicine when you need the medicine that God has designed and created for us to take and to get better. And then what are we going to do? Just be stuck there and sitting and in pain and in anguish and in torment and hurting and suffering, all for what reason? So to me, I would definitely say who that is not the right thing to push on somebody or is to say, well, you don't need it because you're a Christian. You don't need therapy because you're a Christian. You don't need that because you're a Christian. Yes. So I absolutely agree that God performs miracles all the time, every day. I absolutely. It's a miracle that I started taking medication again. So that in itself, is a miracle. So yes, Libby says I do believe that God does perform miracles. Absolutely, He does all the time. But sometimes He uses things that are available to us to help us. Absolutely, that's what it's there for. We're there. If it's there to help us, we can't think that it's we can't think that it's a bad thing that it's there to help us. We have to think that okay, it's there, and I'm going to believe God through this. I'm going to trust in God through this. That it's going to help me because I'm putting my trust and faith in God that it's not going to hurt me and that's not going to help me. So so there again, right there is you're putting your trust and faith in God through that process, and uh, so yes, definitely God heals, definitely God performs miracles, absolutely. But if we do have the stuff readily available to us, I definitely am a proponent of taking it to help you get better, to not suffer and not be in torment, because God doesn't want you to suffer or be in torment. He wants you to to feel alive, to be happy, to be joyful, to be loving, to be kind, to be caring, to be all of that. So for somebody to sit in torment because they're told, well, you don't need medications as a Christian, to me, you're one, you're trying to play God yourself, and one, you're actually kind of tempting God to perform miracles when God will perform miracles as He sees fit, and God doesn't need to, and God shouldn't be tempted in that way to do that. So. That's the way I see it. That's the way I view it. Obviously, you guys can agree with me and disagree with me. That's perfectly fine. Uh, that's what it's all about. But I believe that if it's there, utilize it and trust God through that process. That He's going to keep you safe and sound through that process, and that it's going to help you. So so yeah, that's the way I think about it, Libby. So thank you very much, Libby, for all that. That's really good. I'm glad that to discuss that. I'm glad to talk about that because um, it's just very it's just very awesome to talk about. So, Libby says, "You are proof he uses it to give us a platform to tell others of him and his wondrous works, whether that is through your testimony or in teaching about weather." Thank you. I appreciate that. So, I'm very bold for God. I'm very bold for, um, I was always bold for Christ before, but sometimes I could have been a lot bolder. And nowadays, I'm just, especially with what I went through and seeing darkness and almost dying multiple times, and to uh to so my boldness, it will always be on display. And the way I look at it is that Christ was and is always, I don't know what was as when he walked the earth, but is as he is currently, is always both for me. And so it's in my benefit, it's in my duty as a disciple to always be bold. And that's what I do. And it's not to rub people the wrong way. It's not to be off-putting. It's just to let people know, hey, I'm bold in my faith. I'm going to tell you what I believe and how I believe, and hopefully you can respect that. Like I can respect, other people's feelings and other people's beliefs and other people's stuff like that. So, but I'm going to be bold for Christ, and I'm going to be unapologetic about it, and I'm going to be unashamed about it, and I'm going to be unwavering about it. So, um, because I believe that Jesus is exactly who He said that He is and says that He is, and I believe that that's exactly um, exactly who He is. So, be bold. Like I tell people, be bold. Let people know exactly that you are a servant of God, servant of Jesus. So when it comes to that, so and so and of course it's knowing of course I'm completely flawed, right? I'm a sinner. I'm flawed. I've made a lot of bad mistakes. I make bad mistakes daily. I make stupid choices. I make, all of that stuff. I completely am self-aware that I am uh, very much a sinner, very much flawed, very much nowhere near perfect, right? So I think that's how we stay humble, and we stay, or at least how I stay humble, is just knowing that I'm far from perfect, and that that it's um, just having that humbleness from that helps me just understand that and see that. So that's what helps me remain humble. I just know, hey, I'm flawed. I'm a sinner. I'm not perfect. But I'm gonna try my, I'm gonna do, uh, my best to be the best Christian that I can be. And uh, but still not lose sight of my self awareness throughout that process. So, well, very good on that. Thank you. Looks like we still have 40 concurrent viewers in here. So still got 40 viewers in here. It is 1:04 my time, 2:04 Eastern. Um, it is 12:04 Mountain Time and 11:04 Pacific Time. So, uh, what an awesome chat so far. This has been awesome. Uh, Libby says, knowing the truth of ourselves help us see him for who he is. To God be the glory. Yes, absolutely. I agree 100%. Definitely 100%. It's just awesome just to yeah, you nailed it, Libby. Definitely for sure. When it comes to that. So, and again, yeah, like I said, uh, God is just it's just so amazing, so um, inspiring. He's so loving and caring and gracious, and it's just he is just uh, the center. So he's very awesome, so awesome. So um, when it comes to just everything, he's everything, right? So um, yes, very thankful for Libby opening up. Very thankful for Jonathan opening up about PTSD. Very thankful for you, Libby, opening up. Very thankful for just people opening up and being able to just feel like, hey, I'm going to be transparent and I'm going to be fully open, and that's what and either people are going to accept me the way that I am or they're not, and so I think that's why we have to always be open with people and say, "Hey, I struggle with this. Hey, I have mental illness. Hey, this is my struggle. This is, but so if we open up and are transparent and we're very vocal about it, and um, it helps us grow, but it helps people understand it more, and people are going to, they should accept us the way that, people who suffer from mental illness, they're going to either accept you or not accept you. And, but, you know, at least that you've opened up and said, hey, this is who I am. Either accept me for the real me, or don't accept me at all, for that. So, Peter says, God is everything to me. Yes, absolutely, Peter. 100%. Everything to me as well. Definitely. I mean, I wouldn't be, yeah, again, the person I am, where I'm at today, where I was before I got sick, where I am now after I got sick. I wouldn't be who I am without God. That he's everything. I mean, I came to know, I accepted Christ when I was 15 years old. So, quite some time ago. Yes, thankfully I found God at a very young age, and he found me, at a very young age. Um, so very, very, very blessed and thankful for that, for sure. Um, and just learning through that process, so that comes to that. So, but yeah, it's just awesome. It's very, very great. God is very awesome. God is so awesome. So Peter says, I chose God at 5. That's awesome. 5 years old, man. That is so cool, dude. That's very awesome, brother. Got baptized and never looked back. Awesome. And you don't have to tell me, Peter, if you don't want to, but I know in the UK that's a big Catholic, I believe, area. You know, big Catholic denomination of Christianity there. I'm Protestant, so that's what I am. I'm not Catholic. But if you are, I mean, that's what you are. Um, but yeah, again, you don't have to say if you don't want to. But just wondering. Wait, so Church of England. Not familiar what that like denomination exactly is or what that is exactly. So, um, Church of England. Okay, I have to look that up then or something because I don't know. Yeah, like I said. Um, okay, so it is Protestant. Okay, yeah, that's what I'm Protestant. Baptist. I grew up a lot Baptist, and then I went, and then it's non-denominational now is what I am now. So, um, but yeah, I know Brother John is evangelical free. That's what he preaches out of. That's what the church he's preaches for. The denomination he preaches for. And again, if you guys have never watched Brother John's sermons, or I would definitely check them out there on YouTube. So at the church, at his church, definitely some great sermons there for sure. But yeah, at the end of the day, right? I mean, it's trusting God. It's putting our faith in God, and um, you know, not by works, by faith. So that's the way I believe. So, but yeah, so lightning. Want to get back to lightning here? Hopefully, Libby says, I haven't watched his sermons, but I love the talks he has during his chases. Yes. Yes, he will talk a lot. Sometimes he will uh, talk sometimes or talk a lot about what he's going to be talking about on Sundays when he's what he's going to be preaching on Sundays about. So sometimes he'll give like outlines, like show us an outline or talk about the message he's going to be given. So, but yeah, definitely love his talks too during his chases. 100% sure for that. But yeah, I just want to switch gears back here real quick and to lightning and to hopefully that we still got 41 viewers in here. It's 1:12 in the morning my time, so appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who's lurking, everybody who's still on here, uh, and so definitely highly appreciative of that. So thank you so much. But yeah, if you just are tuning in, lightning was the topic of the teaching tonight. So very thankful for that. Hopefully you're able to uh, go back and watch some of that earlier teaching. So very thankful. And again, if you're new here, the way that I do this is so I will teach the topic first in the beginning of the stream, and then after that we will have what I call fireside chats. So I am currently working on Streamlabs, so to have some overlays on and to have some more interaction that you guys can do within each other or with each other in the chat. So my next stream, which will be I do plan on streaming actually, which I will call today because today is uh, it's now 1:13 my time. So I have another cool topic to teach that I would like to teach about, or I will teach about later today as well. But yeah, like I said, I am working on some Streamlabs, and so I look forward to having that up and running today for my next stream. So again, down you guys can have some more interaction with each other in the chat. You guys can play some games with each other in the chat. So, just cool things like that to kind of keep you guys entertained and things of that nature. Because I know that I appreciate you guys' time. I mean, it's been almost 4 hours, and still a lot of you all have been here for 4 hours, and I appreciate that. And I can see that from the analytics here. So that's very awesome, and I appreciate everybody's seconds, minutes, hours, everything. So yeah, so look forward to Streamlabs being up and running today and part of my streams. So yeah, any other questions, comments, concerns, anything else that you guys want to know about Lightning that maybe I haven't touched on or anything like that? So I would like to continue that conversation or anything else that might be you know, weather-wise or anything else like that. I mean, feel free to teach me as well. So, anything you guys have about that, I would love to help out with that. Whatever we can do about that, and from that. So I know Peter. You talked earlier about getting in touch with you in Discord. So I will can contact you with Discord here, and um, and we can talk about helping out the homeless because that's a thing that I love to do. I love to help the homeless. I love to help people in need, and you know just help them out. And I would say this to anybody who's listening, anybody who's can hear me or see me or whatever, is I'll get back to that real quickly here. But Libby says, "Thank you for all the information and your patience with my questions." Uh, you're welcome, Libby, and your questions uh, are always welcomed here. That's my goal and again, my mission is to help everybody through with mental illness, and that's if that's helping people with my testimony through weather, through and helping everybody. That's my goal. So all your questions are welcome. Appreciate it. Definitely appreciate that. Peter says he's underneath Psalms. Okay, I'll look for your name underneath Psalms there. As all my first letters of my names make Psalms. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. That's so cool, Peter. That's cool, brother, for sure. That's definitely awesome, man. That is so cool, dude. I love that, man. Definitely. Uh, but yeah, but like I would say, like I was going to say about helping the homeless, Peter. So this is my view of I don't know how it is in the United Kingdom, but here in the United States, we we get a lot of people who will stand on the side of the road. It's called flying a sign. So they'll be holding a sign that says, homeless, need help, need money, need this, got kids, whatever else. There's 1,000 different signs, right? And a lot of times the judgment is already there, right? So a lot of times people won't even give to the people who are out there because they think that they're drug addicts or that they're not going to spend the money on food. They're going to be buying drugs. They're going to be drinking out. They're going to be buying alcohol, all this other stuff. But the judgment is already there, right? So the way I look at it is if I have money on me, whatever kind of money it is, I will always give to that individual, that person, always, because I know in giving that my conscience is clean, right? So I know that when I stand before God one day and I give an account for all of my actions and for everything else, I know that when I gave to people who are on the side of the road, I didn't judge them. I didn't think, well, they're drug addicts. They're going to just go spend the money on this. They're just this and that, whatever it is. I gave, and I gave with a clean heart, and I gave with a clean conscience. So So if I give the clean heart and the clean conscience, God looks at that and says, I gave in the correct way, right? I didn't give for my own glory. I didn't give to better myself. I gave out of pure love for them without judgment, being judgmental, and because my conscience is clean. So if they're on drugs and they're going to take my money and go spend it on drugs, then that's on their conscience, not my conscience, because I gave cleanly. I gave the way that lovingly. I gave the way that I'm supposed to be giving, and the way that I love to be giving. So the dirty part of it is on their conscience. So what happens is if they have a dirty conscience and they take my clean money or the money that I give them or to help and whatever it is, and they go buy drugs or an alcohol, whatever it is, then they have to give an account to that for that to God, and God to give they'll have to give an account for that and say, they gotta, they'll have to explain why they took my money out of stealing, or out of bad reasons, out of lying things. So their conscience is dirty, not mine at all. So I always give, and I give because, and if they take my money and whatever they want to do with it, but I would take them at face value. If they're telling me, they show me a sign, or they're telling me they're homeless, telling me they haven't eaten in days and they need to eat, or they want to eat and whatever else. And again, they could be lying to me, but that's not for me to decide. For me is to give, and to give with a clean mind and a clean heart. And that's what always helps me give, because my conscience is clean, and the account that I have to give for that to God will be that I gave with a clean heart. And so that's the way I try to help people understand that and see that, because a lot of times people will pass them people up and not give because they've already passed that judgment on them. And then when you do give an account to God, and God says to you, I put this person in front of you to help you, and you could have helped them, but you didn't because you thought that they were, drug addicts and alcoholics, and that they were lying and everything else. So who are we to already judge and to not give based off of preconceived notions? So that's why I give, and I give abundantly, and that's why I give to help out people. So that's how I um, view it in my mind, and that's how I do it. So, but yeah, Peter says, thing is, they also could be angels like Jesus, so we would not know if we entertain them. Absolutely, 100%. Yeah, people will scowl even when we help people out. They exactly people all the time. Like I've helped out the home like all the time. I give stuff to the homeless all the time: clothes, uh, money, food, all the time. And people are like, "Why are you helping these people out? Why are you helping? These people could be out working. They could be out. They're able body. They could be doing this." And it's like, not everybody who is homeless by choice. In fact, the majority of them are homeless not by choice. Of course, there are some out there who are want to be homeless, and that's their own. But many of them are out there for because they lost their job, or they or they got sick, or they're disabled, or something, some reason. But for us to just cast a wide net over the whole homeless population and go, oh well, they're nothing but drug addicts, they're nothing but alcoholics, and they're nothing but people with mental illness, and they're nothing but thieves, and they're nothing but criminals, and that is the wrong way. That is the wrong way to view it, and that's the wrong way to look at it. So I look at it as I'm fortunate enough to have what I have, and I'm glad that I have what I have. And unfortunately, some people aren't as fortunate as I am, and a lot of people choose not to be homeless. A lot of people choose not to have uh, the bad things happen to them. So we can't just cast a wide net and put everybody inside of that. So that's the way I look at it. That's the way I view it. So everybody falls on hard times. I know I fall on hard times. I mean, I think the majority of us probably in here have probably fallen on hard times. So, Peter says, I have an older brother who is an addict on drugs. I try to help him, but he steals all the time. It's unfortunate. That's a lot that comes with drug addicts is thievery, and it's unfortunate. And but they seem to go hand in hand there. So with that, that sucks, man. Um, I pray for him that he finds his way back. Yes, thank you, Peter. Absolutely, absolutely. I have an uncle. I have an uncle. My uncle is kind of like that too. He's, uh, um, I don't know if he was a drug addict before. I don't know if he is now, but he chooses to be homeless. He actually chooses to be homeless. But we still help him, still do things, and but again, he that's his choice. He chooses to be homeless. Um, so we just pray for him all the time, and we know that God can and does work miracles, and um, but at the end of the day, he has to, he's gonna um, to help himself the best that he can, and um, so it's a very tough situation. So, but yeah, definitely, Peter, for that for sure. So, with that, but it's just very great, very great. Well, I'm thankful for all everybody's time. Thankful for all your guys' time. I am going to wrap it up here in 4 minutes, so I will end the stream here at 1:30 my time, 2:30 in the east, 12:30 Mountain Time, and 11:30 Pacific Time. Peter says my stepdad was a drug addict, an alcoholic, and turned to Christ, and he was changed very quickly. He was violent too. Awesome. That's the power of Christ, right? And that's also him wanting to help himself to change and to get better. So there's a saying that God helps the ones who help themselves, and I believe that, and so it's and I also believe that God will help. I mean, God helps everybody, and we have to ask for that help, and we have to uh, surrender to Him for that help. Absolutely. So, um, absolutely. So, it's been a great uh, teaching, and like I said again, if you're new here, please like, please subscribe, please share, please ask any questions. Um, Uh, so please, yes, please feel free and open to ask anything and talk, please. Peter says we were baptized at the same time as me too. Oh wow, okay. Or he was baptized at the same time as me too. Awesome. That's awesome, brother. Very cool. That's very cool. Um, that's awesome, dude. But yeah, to get back to that, if you're new here, the way that my streaming content goes is I will teach the topic at the beginning of my stream, and then after that we will have what I call fireside chats, where we'll chat about uh, tornadoes, weather, mental illness. We'll talk about anything that comes up. We will have fireside chats about just to get to know each other, just to hang out, to get to uh, just to have a lot of fun. So very thankful for all of that. Very thankful for all of you. Very thankful for the 36 of you who are still in here right now. I appreciate that. Peter says it's 7:26 his time, so pretty sure that the sun is already up and shining if there is no clouds in the sky. I'm sure, Peter, you being from the UK, I'm sure you are probably pretty happy that England won their World Cup match the other day. As we are United States, we are happy that the U.S. won their World Cup match yesterday. So I know we got the big World Cup going on. A lot of countries against countries, but remember, it should always be friendly. It should always be with love, and one country is going to win it all. We just don't know who will win it all, but just know that definitely should be with love and with everything else. So, Libby says, thanks again for the stream. Thanks also to Ali and the other mods for the work. Have a great day, Peter, and a great sleep to the American viewers. Awesome. Thank you, Libby. Thank you for uh, your awesome talk, your awesome opening up. Thank you for all your questions, for being a great supporter, a great encourager. Uh, so, yes, thank you so much for all that, for everything. So, just very thankful for all you guys, very thankful for everybody. So thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. You guys are awesome. If there's anything that I can pray for you guys about, please let me know in the comments or in Discord. I think a lot of us in here are in John's Discord. Please just yeah, let me know, and I would definitely love to pray for all of you guys on anything that I can pray for about. Um, Definitely appreciate that, Lisa. Thank you so much for still hanging in there and being here. Thank you so much. Hopefully, you guys took some lightning lessons. Took a little bit about learn a little bit more about lightning. Again, just a broad view within a couple hours, to kind of learn about that. So hopefully you guys took a bit of learning away from that, and appreciate that. Appreciate all the mods, everybody who chimed in on the chats, um, everything. Lisa, you are amazing, like Libby says. Libby, you're amazing. Lisa, you're amazing. Peter, you're amazing. Everybody everybody who was in here or who was in here, you all are amazing. Everything. So, but with that said, I'm going to go ahead and end my stream. But thanks again a lot to everybody. And again, I will be streaming later tonight. And like I said, I'll say later tonight because it is 1:30 my time right now. So hopefully to see you guys back here later tonight and everything else. So plan on doing it again after Brother John's stream and all and that. So it looks like to be a great time. So very thankful, very gracious of all of you. Like Lisa says, love all you as well. Love you all as well. You guys are such great supporters, such great encouragers, brothers in Christ, sisters in Christ, everything. So just know, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Just know you don't fight any battles alone. Know that you can take all your battles to Christ, and just know that, people are there to listen, and please reach out, whether it's to me or to somebody if you're, ever suffering from any type of mental health, mental challenges, mental issues. Just please know that you are not alone in the process, and that people love you, but most importantly, God loves you. So that's the most important thing. One Man Show says, love you, John Boy. God bless you and the family. Same to you, One Man Show. Love you, brother. God bless you and your family as well. Thank you guys so much for a great stream. Thank you so much for a great chat. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. I appreciate it so much. And like always, be brave and let the Lord guide your